signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This
Members, before we start the plenary, I want to make a few remarks. And I regret that I have to start our business again today by addressing some outstanding issues of order. Last week I wrote to all members, as you are aware, and pointed out that the standards of courtesy, good temper, moderation and respect do not prohibit robust debate. The majority of the debate on conversion therapy was a very good example of that. And given the differences in opinion in the House, there were inevitably some difficult and uncomfortable things said. There was also a recognition of the sensitivity of the subject, and it's my view that it was clear that most members were mindful of the need to respond to that accordingly. There was one member who unfortunately was the exception, and that's Jim Wells, and I have given Mr Wells notice that I would be making reference to him this morning. Deputy Speaker Beggs, during that debate, intervened and managed individual issues entirely appropriately at the time. However, Mr Wells did not take the many prompts to adjust his approach, which were clear in the Deputy Speaker's interventions. Mr Wells had the chance to make his own remarks last week unfettered. However, following that, Mr Wells' behaviour was quite disruptive to the opportunity of other members to be heard. In particular, Mr Wells persistently sought to make interventions when it was clear that they would not be accepted, and that has always been viewed as being discourteous and disorderly. He interrupted a number of members from a sedentary position, and he made spurious points of order on a number of occasions. I also note Mr Crossan's point of order last week that Mr Wells moved seats on a number of occasions and failed to sanitise the location he was leaving, and in my view that was another example of a lack of courtesy to other members. Having reviewed the official report, it is obvious that Mr Wells' behaviour in the final section of that discussion was detrimental to the ability of the Assembly to have a constructive debate. I was very reluctant to come back to issues of order today so soon, however I have done so for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I have written to Mr Wells privately twice on 2 occasions, obviously, in relation to his behaviour, and while I appreciate that he has always replied very promptly and courteously, it has not prevented a reoccurrence of unacceptable behaviour. Secondly, I wrote to all members last Monday setting out in comprehensive terms what the standards of courtesy, good temper, moderation and respect actually mean. Finally, it was clear at the time, and from the feedback that I have had from all sides of the House since, that there was a sense almost of exasperation among some members at being interrupted by Mr Wells while trying to have a serious, orderly and constructive debate. I am particularly disappointed to have to make these remarks, in fairness, because on a number of occasions when he has assisted the Assembly by presiding over debates in this chair, Mr Wells did so fairly and professionally, and I want to acknowledge that. In doing so, he demonstrated that he well understands the rules and conventions of the Assembly and the need to keep order. I did not intend to take any action on this occasion, but I decided to address this in the Chamber today in the sincere hope that Mr Wells seriously reflects on how he conducts himself and interacts with other members in future. The number of members who declined interventions from Mr Wells should, I believe, in itself be enough cause for Mr Wells to reflect. I consider the matter closed and we will leave it there for this morning. Moving on to the order paper. Mr Daniel McCrossan has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, members. Today I present a petition on behalf of 1,301 parents, grandparents, carers, pupils, teachers, staff and residents who either attend St Connor's Primary School on the Brookmount Road in Omagh or live nearby, and I would be grateful if it could be forwarded on to the Minister for Education for consideration. The petition reads, "We, the undersigned parents, carers and teachers at St Connor's and local residents living near the school, call on the Council, Local Authority and Department for Education, Minister for Education to work together to provide additional safety measures at the school." St Connor's, Mr Speaker, is a busy, vibrant school. It is on a small plot of land and next to a busy road. There is no land within the school site that could be used for extra parking or to assist or alleviate with this serious concern. There are 440 pupils and over 50 teachers on the site, and it is clear for anyone who goes to the school at the start or end of each day that there is not sufficient parking or space on the existing school site to ensure safety of children and teachers or parents. This petition shows the strength of public support to get the situation resolved. 1,300 signatures in just under a fortnight, and not online, Mr Speaker, the old-fashioned way, by hand. I have already flagged up these issues with the Minister for Education, Minister Weir, and to his credit he has responded promptly and confirmed that the education officials are working with St Connor's Primary School and other agencies to improve this situation. This petition shows the strength of feeling in and around St Connor's, and I have also raised this issue with Local Council Chief Executive Alison McCullough, who has confirmed, and I quote to this House, the Council would be willing, in principle, to facilitate the development of the car park on its land adjacent to the school. Mr Speaker, I believe we are making progress because the current situation is unsustainable. This petition shows that people living nearby and using the school feel the same way. I hope that the Minister for Education and his officials can come up with a workable and practical solution to this problem in consultation with other agencies and Council. I beg to present the motion, Mr Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr McCrossan. Normally, as you know, I would invite the member to bring his petition to the table and present it here. However, in light of social distancing, I would ask the member to remain on his place and make arrangements to submit the petition to my office. I thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly, and once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister for Education and send a copy to the committee. Thank you. I have received notice from the Minister of Health that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by the parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must also make sure their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must do this by rising in their places also or notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions. I also remind members in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period after. And I call the Minister of Health. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, before moving into the statement, can I take this opportunity to place on record my thanks and pay tribute to the firefighters and the leadership of the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, the partner organisations and the wider community who worked tirelessly over the weekend in bringing the fire in the Mourns under control, and I thank them as Minister with responsibility for NIFRS for the work that they have done over the weekend. With your permission, Mr Speaker, I wish to make the following statement on the British-Irish Council Misuse of Substances Work Sector Ministerial meeting, which took place in virtual format on Thursday, the 11th of March 2021. Minister Hargey and I attended the meeting, and Minister Hargey has agreed that I make this statement to the Assembly on behalf of both of us. The Irish Government leads the Misuse of Substances Work Sector and hosted the ministerial meeting, and as Chair of the briefing, Frank Sheehan TD, Minister of State for Public Health, Wellbeing and the National Drug Strategy, welcomed the delegations. The Northern Ireland Executive was represented by Deirdre Hargey, MLA Minister for Communities, and myself as Minister of Health. The Government of Guernsey was represented by Deputy Al Barad, President for the Committee of Health and Social Care. The Isle of Man Government was represented by the Honourable Ray Harmer, MHK, Minister for Policy and Reform. The Government of Jersey was represented by Deputy Trevor Piton, the Assistant Minister for Health and Social Services. Scottish Government was represented by Maria Gugan, MSP, Minister for Public Health, Sport, Wellbeing, and Angela Constance, MSP, for Minister for Drugs Policy. The UK Government was represented by Joe Churchill MP, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Prevention, Public Health Care and Primary Care. The Welsh Government was represented by Ullad Morgan, MS, Minister for Mental Health, Wellbeing and the Welsh Language. This most recent ministerial meeting of the Misuse of Substances Work Sector was an excellent opportunity to engage with ministers from other member administrations on an area that is as relevant and important today as it has ever been, and that's the harms caused to individual families and communities by alcohol and drug use. The meeting focused on ways to reduce alcohol consumption and to opportunities to measure the effectiveness of addiction services, and considered how the future work of the work sector can progress going forward. Ministers considered and reflected on the papers which were formally presented to the meeting. These included discussions on financial mechanisms to reduce the consumption of alcohol and measuring the effectiveness of addiction services and harm reduction interventions. Ministers noted the efforts across all member administrations to decrease alcohol consumption and agreed that there was value in comparing approaches and sharing learnings from the emerging evidence base. Ministers also recognised the importance of effective monitoring and evaluation to ensure policy and practice is developed based on sound evidence, and that sharing this diversity of knowledge, understanding, experiences and learning across members' administrations afford a unique resource for enhancing monitoring and evaluation. Ministers noted and agreed the content of the Forward Work programme for the Misuse of Substances Work Sector. To address the challenges for the sector, ministers agreed that focus in the coming years should be on the following 5 themes. The first, to consider the lessons of COVID-19 and the delivery of drug and alcohol services. The second, to reduce the risk of drug-related deaths. The third, to reduce alcohol-related harms through the use of financial mechanisms. Fourth, to consider joined-up approaches to meeting the health and social needs of people who are homeless and use drugs and alcohol. And fifth, to engage with the voluntary and community sectors to consider their role in the provision of drug and alcohol services and in the development and monitoring of policy. Each of the 5 theme areas are being led by one of the member administrations. The Northern Ireland Executive agreed to take the lead on moving forward with Theme 4, which is considering the joined-up approaches to meeting the health and social needs of people who are homeless and use drugs and alcohol. We will do this in conjunction with the British Irish Council Housing Work Sector. Ministers also had the opportunity to listen to a presentation by Professor Dame Carol Black on prevention, treatment and recovery, and was informative and timely. Professor Dame Carol has undertaken a review of drugs in England for the United Kingdom Government Department of Health and Social Care. Her presentation focused upon Part 2 of her review and provided insight into the lessons learned from the review study. The overarching aim of the review is to ensure that vulnerable people with substance use needs get the support to recover and turn their lives around in the community and in prison. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Minister Hargey and the British Irish Council ministerial colleagues across the administrations who participated so productively in the meeting last month. I welcome the Council's work sector activity and how it provided us with a greater opportunity to discuss the issues, looking at emerging issues of concern and share information and good practice and bring forward agreed actions and areas for collaboration. Mr Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, and I call the chairperson for the Committee for Health, Colm Gildernew.
And thank you, Minister, for coming along today and giving us this update and statement. And I want to firstly just join with you in terms of praise and acknowledgement for the Fire and Rescue Service for the very difficult work in very difficult circumstances that they had in the Mourns over the weekend. And I suppose just to acknowledge as well that many of us feel a sense of deep regret at the loss of that, and many of us beyond the people who live there enjoy and like to visit that area with its natural beauty. And just to ask everyone to be conscious of fire safety and the damage that carelessness or indeed deliberate lighting of fires, the impact that can have. And also, Minister, just to welcome the fact that the vaccine programme is now rolling out fully to the 35 to 39-year-olds, and to again welcome that, to acknowledge the hard work and good work that's being done in that respect, and to encourage everyone in that age range to avail of the vaccine to protect themselves and their families. So, in relation to the statement, Minister, the recent Health Inequalities report contains data showing that alcohol and drug-related indicators continue to show some of the largest health inequalities monitored in the North, with rates in the most deprived areas 5 times that, and rates in the most deprived area 5 times that in the least deprived for drug-related mortality, and 4 times that for alcohol-specific mortality. Minister, what is your department going to do to finally begin to address this ongoing historical trend in inequalities?
And I thank the Chair for his question, although it wasn't a topic that was actually discussed at the British Irish Council meeting. I know it's something that has been raised at the Health Committee, and I'm aware that the member in the committee has asked for a presentation specifically on the health inequalities that we are seeing. In regards to the work that my department continues to do, and is that in regards to the number of strategies and work streams that are already out there. The Chair will be aware of the new strategic direction for alcohol and drugs, NSD Phase 2, which actually has £8 million invested in health and social care provision in regards to how we tackle and the work that needs to be done in evaluation of that work. There's the strategic framework to tackle the harm from substance use. That was currently out to public consultation and closed on the 12th of February. So my department is now actually analysing those responses received, and a new strategy will be finalised before seeking ministerial and executive approval.
Paul Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement to the House this morning. The issues of drug and alcohol misuse have been ever more prevalent in society, and many would have concerns that during the period of lockdown, substance misuse behind closed doors will have dramatically increased. The problem will have been further exacerbated by restrictions and withdrawal of some support services for mental health and addiction. So can the Minister outline if the Ministerial Council will consider the importance of dual diagnosis services as part of their forward work plan, as often the issues of poor mental health and addiction are intertwined?
And again, I thank the member for her comment. It wasn't something that was specifically raised at the British Irish Council, but it is something that is actively being engaged with in my department, and as the member will know, as part of the mental health strategy and consultation that's out at the moment to see how that service can be progressed and developed across Northern Ireland so that nobody falls between the cracks, which are the two stools. And I think that's the intention of the work within my department, to make sure that everybody gets the support that they need.
Cara Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement this morning, and I'd also like to thank the Minister for his commitment to improving lives of those struggling with substance misuse. Minister, the topic of alcoholism is something that has touched us all in some way. Can I ask the Minister, was there any discussion on how we can best support the families and the children of parents who struggle with alcoholism? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member for her comments. I think our new substance use strategy will actually quite clearly deal with those issues. It is a commitment under New Decade, New Approach that the Northern Ireland Executive is committed to publishing a successor to the current alcohol and drug strategy. Our new substance use strategy, Making Life Better, Preventing Harm and Empowering Recovery, which is a strategic framework to tackle substance use, has actually been co-produced by the Department of Health, working in partnership with key stakeholders both inside and outside government, and that includes service users, which will include families as well.
Call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement, and I concur with his remarks relating to the fires in the Mourne Mountains. It certainly could have been a lot worse but for the efforts of the firefighters. As indoor hospitality, Minister, opens at the end of this week, followed by indoors only a few weeks later, there is a real possibility of a large number of people from the Irish Republic, many of whom still aren't vaccinated, crossing the border to socialise. Does the Minister believe the PSNI and especially the Guards have a role to play in emphasising the relevant travel restrictions and public health advice? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member for his question and comment. It wasn't something, again, that was covered at the British Irish Council, but I know something that has been talked about and has been asked. In regards to cross-border travel, the Republic of Ireland's travel regulations are very clear that there shouldn't be outside county travel, and that includes coming into Northern Ireland as well. But I think there's also an onus not just on the Guards and the PSNI, but also those within the hospitality industry not to be actively promoting or seeking cross-border business trade at this minute in time as well, while there is such a disparity in vaccination rates on either side of the border.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement this morning. I would also like to place on record my thanks to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service for their efforts at the weekend. Minister, you'll be aware that the Irish Government are now proceeding with the minimum unit price for alcohol, and are planning to have that in place by the end of the year. Could you please outline whether that was discussed at the meeting and what your department is doing to proceed with that here in Northern Ireland? Thank you.
And I thank the member for raising something that was discussed at the meeting. And while drug misuse is a key issue in Northern Ireland, alcohol misuse still causes more harm at a population level here in Northern Ireland. In fact, alcohol misuse kills up to 3 times as many people in Northern Ireland each year as drug use. It is fair to say that alcohol remains our drug of choice, and that is why we have combined alcohol and drug strategy to increase the emphasis on the harm related to alcohol misuse and to raise the issue up the public, media and political agenda. The harms caused by the misuse of alcohol are a major public health issue in Northern Ireland, and I do believe that the introduction of legislation for minimum unit pricing for alcohol has the potential to be a key population-level health measure to address this issue. I have therefore made a commitment to have a full consultation on minimum unit pricing once our new substance use strategy is finalised. This consultation on minimum unit pricing will examine a range of possible options in respect of alcohol pricing, including the consideration of the emerging evidence of the effectiveness of minimum unit pricing following its implementation in Scotland and elsewhere, and the policy considerations arising from the consultation will be brought forward to the Executive in due course.
John O'Dowd. I call John O'Dowd.
Can I call you and thank the Minister for his statement and answers thus far. Minister, I welcome this important cooperation across these islands, and particular focus in relation to alcohol abuse. But to deliver services, we need staff. What measures is the Minister taking to ensure that we have the staff and the resources in place to not only focus on this piece of work, but other work important to the health service?
And I thank the member for that point, and I think it shows the strength of the British-Irish Council when we can raise these issues and actually discuss them, because they're not something that happens in Northern Ireland in isolation, or the Republic of Ireland, or Jersey, or the Isle of Man. So there is a lot of working that can be done in regards to the challenges of have I enough staff within the department. We have recently looked to recruit and bring across a number of officials within the department, because I'm not sure the member is aware that the Department of Health is actually one of the smaller departments in the executive in Northern Ireland, although a lot of our other work is done by arm's length bodies. So the focus that we have on our substance use strategy and all the other strategy involves a wide range of interventions and support. And thankfully, as we come out of the pandemic, we can release those officials back to their key areas of policy focus, which does look at these pieces of work when we no longer have to put such an intense focus on COVID and COVID prevention measures. You know, the Department of Health can get back to the core service, and the officials working in it can as well.
Caller Leah Flynn.
I thank the Minister for bringing the statement to the House today. It's been touched on already around, I think it is disappointing that there isn't any mention of dual diagnosis in the statement. I'm conscious it wasn't on the agenda, but I'm not sure if the Minister can maybe commit to putting it onto the agenda at the next BIEC meeting, because we know obviously, Minister, people that are battling with substance use, many of them are also battling with mental health problems too. And just to put it on record, I know we've discussed it in the Health Committee meetings regularly about even the amount of cases that locally as MLAs that we're dealing with, people in crisis who can't get that help and support. Just on Friday I met with the family of Jack Brennan, a young man who lost his life in West Belfast 3 months ago, and sadly he's one of many. So I'm not sure if the Minister can give any firm commitment today as to when a dual diagnosis service or a timeline towards that service could be in place here locally, but it would be great even just to act as that voice in those wider meetings for that important issue. Thank you.
And I thank the member for, I know her genuine interest in this area, something she continually raises, and that's why it is part of the mental health strategy and consultation that's out there, is that recognition of the need for support for dual diagnosis and how we look after that. Northern Ireland is leading on the work stream, which is about the joined up approaches of meeting the health and social needs of people who are homeless and use drugs and alcohol. So there is the opportunity, I think, of further exploring dual diagnosis under that work schedule. And again, I lead on that with our party colleague, the Minister of Communities, Deirdre Hargey. So it's something I'll raise with Deirdre and we'll bring forward to see if we can get it on the agenda for the next British-Irish Council meeting.
Nicole George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement, and could he tell us what measures are being taken both north and south by the PSNI and Garda to apprehend by a joint effort the godfathers who are peddling these lethal drugs, particularly to your younger generation?
And again, I thank the member, again, although it wasn't something wasn't raised in the meeting itself, because it was wider than just north-south cooperation. But what I will say to the member, in regards to working closely with the PSNI and the justice system, there is a sharing of information to take the appropriate joint action to reduce the supply and demand for drugs. There is a subgroup of the organised crime task force which meets specifically to share information in relation to drugs and take joint enforcement action, and that's such as Operation Pangea. The Medicines Regulatory Group in the Department also works in day-to-day cooperation with a wide range of local, national and international enforcement partner organisations. That includes the Garda, Police Service for Northern Ireland, Border Force, Customs and the National Crime Agency, and extends as far as Interpol as well, which addresses the illicit supply, not just of other drugs, but also the illicit supply of prescription drugs as well.
Nicole Mark Durgan.
And I thank the Minister for his statement on this very important subject. Over the past number of years, we've seen an increase in the misuse of prescription drugs. Can the Minister tell us if this situation is even more pronounced here than elsewhere, and are there any lessons we can learn from other administrations' efforts to tackle this?
And I thank the member for his questions, because we have seen the concern regards and not just the misuse of prescription drugs, but also prescription drugs becoming a commodity that are now being sold rather than used by the people that actually need them. And that's why the likes of Operation Pangea, which does bring in that cross-sectoral approach in trying to tackle and identify those who are not only misusing drugs but also selling drugs, should they be illicit or prescription drugs as well. And that's why we need to take that fuller approach as to how we tackle that. Our new substance use strategy, as I spoke about earlier on, will also look into those specifics as well.
Conor.
Nicola, thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, theme 5, you talk about the community and voluntary sector's role in Derry. There's a clear need for a detox and centre of excellence for addiction. Can I ask you, what priority have you put on this vital centre and the inclusion of the community and voluntary sector in working along with this?
In regards, again, not something that was specifically covered at the meeting, but under the heading addressing Northern Ireland's unique circumstances within New Decade, New Approach, the UK Government committed to making funding available for a number of areas, which could include additional funding to support the Londonderry Addiction Centre. It is anticipated that the level of funding made available currently will not be sufficient to cover all areas set out in New Decade, New Approach, but it is my understanding that the specific projects this funding is aimed at supporting are to be determined by a joint board, which includes the Secretary of State and the First and Deputy First Ministers.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement. Minister, drugs are a scourge in our society. A few short years ago on Christmas week, I seen the devastation and pain it can cause as I watched my aunt and uncle bury their very young son, who took a pill whilst out on a social night with friends and died. Minister, given in our communities that we're seeing an increase in the level of drug misuse in young people in particular, what message do you have as Minister for Health to these young people to steer them away from this?
I think the member's well aware of the issues and the campaigns that are put out through the Public Health Agency, through all the other organisations. But I think one of the strongest messages that has come out is actually one that comes on social media from community activists, and that's that message that one pill can't kill. And it doesn't matter, about where your source is or who your source is. It's that recognition that that one pill has the ability, the terrible ability to end a life when somebody may be seeking a release or think it's going to bring about a good feeling, but it can cause the end of a life, but also a pain and a loss that a family and a community have to bear afterwards. So I would say to anyone, please step away from the utilisation of illegal drugs, the misuse of prescription drugs, and the supporting of what are criminal activities.
Rachel Woods.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for making a statement today, and also thank the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service for their ongoing work in dealing with the tragedy in the Mournes. But as part of the 5 themes of work that was mentioned in the statement, reducing risk and harm is mentioned, which is welcome. Would the Minister agree with me that fundamentally addiction and substance misuse are health issues, and if we're really intent on reducing drug-related harm, then we need to destigmatise addiction and remove the fear of seeking help? Would he also agree with me that decriminalising vulnerable people and boosting professional help services is the way forward, otherwise known as the Portuguese model?
I think the member, and it is about destigmatising those who actually seek help and who want to end their dependency on drugs or even on alcohol, and that's why that work is done through Public Health Agency and through the Department as well, but also through very many voluntary and community sectors as well. It is unfortunate that when we do see those services being supported through community pharmacy, that because of a misunderstanding from some sections in the community, they actually see those services as a threat rather than the solution that they bring. So I agree with the member that we help people by destigmatising the problem that they have, but actually making sure the real focus and ire and anger is actually addressed towards those in the community who are exploiting the needs of those people and who are actually involved in criminal activity.
And members, that concludes questions on this statement. Could I ask members to take ease for a moment or two? We'll have a bit of a dilemma in that we've only received the Minister's statement a few minutes ago, really, and I think it's a statement of 9 pages long. So I think we'd have to propose to allow members a few minutes to read the document. So, I mean, if members can indulge me, and rather than spend for a half an hour almost, if we could spend for 10 minutes, would members be content to take 10 minutes? I'll take that as a yes. Thank you very much. 10 minutes. Thank you.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
Thank you, members. The sitting is now resumed. I have received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Edwin Poots, that he wishes to make a statement. I call on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I wish to make a statement in response to the wildfires in the Mournes. I apologise to your office that we didn't get the statement to you earlier, but given that it's a very fast-moving situation, and there's actually people from various agencies out on the mountain even assessing things currently, we want to keep things as up-to-date as possible, so thus the delay. But thank you for the opportunity to provide members with an update on the wildfire that took place in the Mournes on Friday, and the exceptional work by a range of organisations to get it under control, including cross-party working of the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, with the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Services to protect this area of outstanding natural beauty. I am sure, like me, each and every one of you were heartbroken and sickened at the sight that unfolded on Friday evening. It's hard to grasp the scale of the fire and the devastation that occurred, and while we do not know at this stage the full extent of the impact, we do know that it will be significant for our environment and our tourism economy that thrives on the unique natural beauty of this renowned area. Firstly, I have to pay tribute to all of the responding organisations: the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, the PSNI Forest Service, Northern Ireland Environmental Agency, UK Coast Guard, Irish Guard and Newry and Mourne and Down Council all played an exceptional role over the weekend. The local community and businesses have also provided practical support to the responding organisations. The NIFRS firefighters put their health, welfare and potentially their lives at risk, and work tirelessly with others in extremely difficult terrain and challenging conditions. I was able to see this firsthand on Saturday. We can never underestimate the invaluable role of our emergency services. These firefighters have families like us, and their dedication to their work in society, their professionalism and bravery in such challenging conditions is clearly outstanding, and I know we all wish to put this on record. The latest report today is thankfully that there has been significant progress and the wildfire is now under control, and only extinguishing of any flare-ups by NIFRS is continuing. This is the result of an impressive sense of collective responsibility by all of the organisations involved, which was clearly evident when I visited the site on Saturday. What we witnessed over the weekend was all of the preparedness and plans for tackling wildfires coming into action. There's been many years of collaboration and training and hands-on working on incidents each spring, and these well-toned arrangements, particularly across Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, PSNI, NIA and Forest Service, ensure that we can respond to major incidents such as this in a coordinated and a professional way. For my department, I can assure you that both the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency and Forest Service, working with the Fire and Rescue Service, deployed all required resources and equipment to the scene and took steps to ensure that the additional resources were on standby and mobilised over the weekend to respond to further escalation or new fire outbreaks. This included DAERA personnel who provided specialist subject matter, expertise in forestry and ecology, helping inform decisions and practical actions. And I'm pleased to say that my department had provided additional supplies of vehicles and firefighting equipment last year to help the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service tackle fires in such rough terrain. And I witnessed these being used. These vehicles, as well as the Coast Guard helicopters, helped transport Fire and Rescue Service staff to the best vantage points to deal with the fire. I instigated the DAERA emergency response plan and Gold Command to ensure that everything that could be done was being done. And I fully appreciate that we'll all want to know what the extent of the damage caused by the fire. There is no question that there has been extensive and widespread damage to the wildlife and the environment. The area affected is part of the Eastern Mournes Special Area of Conservation and Area of Special Scientific Interest. It is of significant biological and geological interest due to the size, quality and diversity of the habitats within the area and the presence of particular plant and animal species. This is one of the largest and most natural areas of heathland in Northern Ireland, with a number of special heaths as well as blanket bog. Notable breeding species, bird species in the area include meadow pipit, high cliffs with ledges holding breeding peregrine falcons and ravens. The heathlands of the Mournes also support a variety of invertebrate communities. The summit heaths support one of the largest collections of specialist montane invertebrates so far recorded in Ireland, and the summit of Slieve Donard is the only known Irish site for a number of key invertebrate species, such as the dwarf willow feeding sawfly. Our focus on the immediacy of the wildfire has been on actions to control it, so we have not yet assessed the actual damage, but the damage extends over about 3.5 square kilometres. It will be significant. It is likely that this will take decades to recover, and there will be a long-term loss to our biodiversity. Over the coming months, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency will ensure there is a full assessment of the biodiversity loss and the necessary recovery action. The major incident also highlights the inextricable link between wildfire and biodiversity loss. The burning of vegetation and trees release carbon, contributing to climate change. In addition, carbon-rich habitats will play a key role in providing nature-based solutions to combat the effects of climate change, as healthy vegetation, trees and peatland provide enhanced storage and sequestration. So there is another reason why we need to stop these fires. Given that such sites are valuable to us for this carbon capture, we must do more to safeguard and sustain them, particularly in this key year for nature and climate. These fires are bad for climate change and for biodiversity, and we need to stop them occurring. Enforcement and legislation must be strengthened to deal with the problem. A detailed assessment of the impacts of biodiversity across the impacted areas and wider SIC will be commissioned to inform appropriate restoration interventions, depending on the extent and depth of the damage. It will consider the effectiveness of the wildfire prevention measures which were implemented in Eastern Mournes. As I said earlier, at this stage, our efforts have been on working with other agencies to bring the wildfire under control. We will be working with others to fully understand the impact that this will have on our economy. Newcastle relies heavily on the tourism industry, and the Mournes draw people from all over the world, such as our beauty. Already impacted by the coronavirus, there will be no doubt a further impact as a consequence of this. What we have witnessed was a wildfire of a scale so significant it was on the national and international news, but not for good reasons. We must do everything we can to avoid this happening again. At a time when we want to reinvigorate Northern Ireland as an attractive holiday destination, this is not the image that we'd want broadcast. I cannot emphasise enough the need for responsible behaviour by all who use our countryside, whether that's for work or for employment. We all know that fire requires three components: fuel, oxygen and an ignition source. Oxygen is in the air, obviously in plentiful supply. The fuel supply is provided by the vegetation in the landscape, exacerbated by drying out during warmer, drier periods. And the third component is vital, the ignition source, and this is purely down to us. I want to turn to the strong and hard messages that we all need to support regarding wildfires. The management of Northern Ireland's landscapes will be a key factor in managing the wildfire risk and protecting Northern Ireland's most precious habitats and flora. So I established the Strategic Wildfire Group in March 2021, which is led by my department in conjunction with Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, which will be looking at a range of issues including land management, under and overgrazing and controlled burning. We need to better tackle the fuel source issue. We must consider appropriate burning of habitat to preserve the overall habitat. This needs to deliver for agricultural productivity, conservation and vegetation, fuel management. Representatives from the relevant teams across my department are involved, and other key stakeholders will be involved as we work to find the best way forward. There is an opportunity to build on the work being done to manage upland habitats at Deira's Greenmount Hill Farm, in particular the trialling of appropriate land management methods for heather moorland to enhance habitats for nesting birds such as the hen harrier, merlin and red grouse, while reducing wildfire risk. These methods can be examined further through a strategic wildfire group. The risks of wildfires has already existed in Northern Ireland, however. They are rarely natural. They are almost always started either deliberately or by reckless burning of inflammable vegetation or material. We need to think about all the measures that can be put in place to deter people from starting such fires. Work flowing from the Strategic Wildlife Group will also be considering the adequacy of and what improvements may be needed to current legislation and enforcement procedures. I want to reiterate the message I gave on Saturday. It is absolutely wrong and illegal to start a fire, and we will work closely with the PSNI and others to make sure that those who cause such damage are held to account. This is not a victimless crime. Lives and property are put at risk and the environment is damaged. The economy suffers, both in the cost of fighting the fire, the impact on business in the vicinity, and such fires release fine particles which have a negative impact on those with respiratory conditions. Damaged sites are no longer as attractive, impacting on the local economy, and impacted sites are not as attractive for exercise and well-being. Valuable budget is also spent on resources for the Fire and Rescue Service, PSNI, Deira, Coast Guard and others in responding to and getting it under control, and these costs need to be recognised. So if you see someone causing a fire, you should report them to the PSNI. It is in everyone's interest that this irresponsible behaviour does not continue. In 2020, the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service responded to over 1,000 wildfires. Forest Service and the Environmental Agency deal with numerous wildfires every year. The size and scale may differ, but they all have one thing in common: a devastating impact and potential risk to home, to life, to businesses and the environment, and considerable loss to the public purse. So in 2020, the Forest Service attended 22 fire incidents. As a result of these incidents, 70 hectares of forest and over 110 hectares of peatland was burnt. So far in 2021, we unfortunately continue to see serious fire incidents. The Slieve Donard fire was one of a number of fires to cause such devastating damage during the last fortnight. My department has dealt with serious incidents in the Moneyscalp Forest at Tullymore, Knox and Tully Forest near Lisnaskea, County Fermanagh, and at Grange Park Forest near Limavady. They were also involved in a fire threatening the Moneystagan block of Port Linone Forest. As a result of the continuing very high fire risk at present, Forest Service has increased the presence and visibility of its staff in vulnerable areas to over 30 on patrol yesterday, with a further 5 on standby and 6 duty and coordinating officers. I'll say very clearly today that we are still at risk of wildfires at this time. Dry, sunny, windy weather increases the risks of wildfires, and these weather conditions will continue through to Wednesday and then will occur on and off over coming weeks, so we must all act responsibly. Therefore, each and every one of us has to take personal responsibility for our behaviours. We must play our part in protecting our environment and our communities, and I will be ensuring that there continues to be strong messaging via social media and other communication methods to highlight the risks and the actions that are required. Whether you are a farmer or someone out to enjoy time in the countryside, do not do anything to create a fire risk, and if you do, contact the Fire and Rescue Service immediately so it can be put out before it spreads out of control. In dealing with the pandemic, we have worked collaboratively to deal with the unprecedented economic and social challenges, and this crisis has brought the interconnectedness of our economy, environment and people into sharp focus. It has shown how partnership working is not an option but a requirement. And when we face a devastating wildfire of this scale, it reminds us of just how much we value and need to protect our most precious natural assets, and we have to join forces to do so. We cannot afford to take our environment for granted, and while I am glad today to be able to report that the fire is under control, it both angers and saddens me that it happened in the first place, and it could have been avoided. DAERA will continue to play its part in response to the fire and also in the recovery plan. I note the Northern Ireland Executive in my department will send out a strong message regarding personal responsibility for protecting our wonderful landscape and environment, and will work with DAERA on all the future challenges we face in doing so. In closing, I once again commend the work of all of those involved and the local community who supported their efforts. We are indebted to them, as is our environment. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. We'll now have a period of questions to the Minister. I call Mr. William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement. We all, I'm sure, are concerned at the damage done in the Mourne Mountains. Can I ask the Minister, could appropriate fire breaks have played a greater role in reducing the amount of damage caused in the Mournes?
Well, at the request of Mr. Frew, who's not in the chamber today, I visited North Antrim last year, where there was a particularly bad fire in a place called Alta Richard, and I think there was around 360 hectares there which was damaged, and the individuals there were making very clear that fire breaks would have made all of the difference. And they also raised the issue of undergrazing and overgrazing. So the issue is that this gorse, if it's not grazed, it dries off, and particularly over the winter time it dies, and then you get to the springtime before the fresh shoots come through. You're left with all of this dry stuff. And over the course of the last couple of weeks, we have had fairly dry weather, windy weather. So that is tinder dry, and if it is lit, it will go all over the place. And the only way of stopping it actually is to have fire breaks. And we have done this at Glenwarry in particular, Glenwarry Hill, which the department has responsibility for a considerable part of it, in conjunction with the local agricultural community. And the result has been that there hasn't been those significant gorse fires in similar terrain. So it is much better to lose 2 metres stripes as opposed to losing hundreds and hundreds of hectares of gorse land, and the damage that's caused to the heath that's underneath it, the peat, the damage that's caused to the wildlife, the biodiversity and all of that. So doing this in February, doing this in September, is something that can be done to ensure that we protect the environment, not to damage it.
Ms Sinead Ennis.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I think we'll all agree the sickening scenes of devastation that we witnessed in the Mournes over the last 4 days will live long in the memory, and I have no doubt they will have an apocalyptic effect on our unique habitats within the Mournes. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, if you'd allow me, I'd like to, on behalf of the people of South Down, send our heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the women and the men of the Fire and Rescue Services who were aided by the Irish Air Corps in battling this fire courageously for the last 4 days, and their heroic effort will not be forgotten by the people of County Down. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, approximately £4.5 million has been spent by the Fire and Rescue Service in dealing with fires in the Mournes over the last number of years, and that pales in comparison to the money that's been given to local management groups such as the Mourne Heritage Trust. Does the Minister agree that represents that we've got our priorities wrong in that regard? And will the Minister commit to prioritising a partnership approach between central government, council and local agencies and landowners to ensure that necessary resources and action plans are put in place urgently, so that we will not see the scenes that we witnessed over the last 4 days, and that there will be no more looking down the back of the sofa for pennies to protect our most precious habitats?
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. If only everything in life was as simplistic as you would paint it, then everything would be so easily resolved. Wildfires take place over areas of expansive territory, and therefore the management of those areas are absolutely critical. So that is why I did set up the group in March of this year, having visited areas that were damaged previously. I note that other ministers previously haven't done that, but in any event, we have set that up in order that we can work across agencies. I was up the Mournes on Wednesday. It was stunningly beautiful, and we were looking at some £140,000 worth of funding that had been spent by the National Trust, and actually added to by the National Trust in enhancing the pathways up the Mournes. The pathways actually act as a fire break and reduce erosion in the area, so it's money that is well spent. I announced when I was up the Mournes a further £2 million for similar type schemes for environmental NGOs, and I'm currently moving forward to amend the plastic bag levy, which will come before this House, but I wish to raise the plastic bag levy, and that money will go back to environmental NGOs. So we will see a substantial increase if this House supports me in moving ahead with that. So funding is something that we do recognise as being important to be well resourced. But the biggest issue on these heathlands is management. Undergrazing and overgrazing are all problems. So we need to manage that side of it, and that side of it well. And we need to also look at the fire breaks. I mentioned Glenwarry. There has been a significant uplift in the ground nesting birds in that area as a consequence of the actions that have been taken. So sometimes the folks who maybe suggest wilding is a way forward, it's not. Good management is the way forward, and some of these areas the management has not been as good as I'd like to see.
Mr Colin McGrath.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today and also for his significant interest in the Mournes. I know he was there this morning, as I was myself, and he was there over the weekend. There was considerable destruction and people were very fearful and sad for what they saw, and whilst I echo the remarks of thanks to the fire service, I also want to commend the community spirit that there was, especially efforts such as those by young Charlie Thompson, which raised thousands of pounds in a very quick time to be able to help and support the fire service in the work that they have done. But following on from the remarks about the comprehensive management plan that is required, does the Minister have any opportunity to provide funding that may not be competitive in the first instance but may be available for interagency work which will help for some of the things that he's mentioned, such as the fire breaks? Because I appreciate that funding available, groups have to go through the process of filling out forms and a competitive process, but if they could come together, if some funding was to allow immediate works, that might help get us through this summer and not see a repeat.
It's an entirely reasonable request that the member makes, and I thank him for his comments. I think that we will work very closely with the National Trust in particular, who have responsibility for a considerable part of the Upper Mournes, and we will work closely with them to, number one, identify the scale of the damage, the consequence of that damage, and the recovery plan for it, and how best we can invest resource to ensure that that recovery happens as quickly as possible. Having said that, whatever human interventions we do now will take many years to manifest itself, where the human intervention of lighting that fire took seconds to do the harm.
Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Minister in the first instance for going and assisting the fire service on Saturday with the shovel, but you weren't the first MLA to have a shovel on that mountain. That accolade would have went to me many years ago. Minister, and the members across, I want to just reiterate and reaffirm our thanks to people like Charlie Thompson, the shops, not just in Newcastle, but across Northern Ireland, who provided pizzas and water and all sorts of stuff, and I know the fire service were very grateful for that. And I know the Minister will agree with me that the management and safety of the crews that were on that mountain is paramount. And there are a number of people, if you would indulge me, Mark Smith, the wildfire lead, Alan O'Neill, the incident commander on the ground, and Aidan Jennings, the overall gold commander of the incident from HQ, deserve our thanks today. Minister, I want to thank you for the strategic wildfire group that you have set up. I would just ask, would you agree with me that in fire prevention, education is perhaps our most valuable tool? And if you do, in that context, what resources and what purpose will you give towards education of those people who own land and have the responsibility for managing it in these instances?
I thank the member for a lot of valuable points, and the community response, and Mr. McGrath mentioned it, was absolutely incredible. I know it, a pizzeria in Belfast actually sent 40 pizzas up to the firemen or the fire personnel, and I think if it hadn't been for the fact that they were working so hard, they'd have been rolling back down the mountain, that they had that much food sent to them. But it was a demonstration of the appreciation and goodwill that there was towards not just the fire and rescue service, because they were leading on it, but there's lots of other services that I mentioned at the outset of the statement, and they were all working hard to ensure that this was brought under control. The issue of education is a critical one, and again, I look forward to the recommendations coming from the committee, the multi-agency committee, and I'm sure that Minister Swan and myself and any other minister that might be involved will respond well to whatever is brought before us in terms of the recommendations from that particular body.
Mr. John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and could I thank the Minister for the statement and the detail in that statement, which in itself was a stark reminder of the biodiversity loss of the fires that were mentioned in the statement, and other fires also, including one at Cave Hill, close to my own constituency, about a week before the fire in the Mourns. A number of days ago, I tabled a question to the Minister on what progress the Department was making on implementing a ban on peat bog fires. Now, I accept totally, Principal Deputy Speaker, the Department is still within time to answer that question. But given the urgency of this matter, can I ask the Minister in the Chamber if he would consider implementing an urgent ban on barbecues, etc., on protected peatlands?
Certainly we will look at that. As the member knows, one of the things that I have requested since coming into office is a peatland strategy, and that will be coming forward hopefully in the very near future. And how we manage our peatlands are absolutely critical. We have the whole climate change issue, and members know that I have a climate change legislation that I wish to bring forward, and I'm waiting on the Executive's approval to do that. They know that we're doing this peatland strategy, and we want to ensure that we maximise our protection of peatlands, because they are critical to capturing carbon, and if managed incorrectly, they are also big emitters of carbon. So let's ensure that we're utilising them correctly, we're capturing that carbon, and we're ensuring that these wildfires don't take place. And the member raises a valid point about one of the potential risks to them through barbecues.
Mr. Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And could I join with other members who have offered praise for the fire service, the PSNI, DERA, Forest Service and Environmental Agency. They have all done a sterling job in trying to bring this wildfire under control, which they have successfully done. But could I ask the Minister, does he think that new technology could play a part in the early detection of wildfires across Northern Ireland? And could he identify in what way that new technology can be used by the department to do such a thing?
Well, we have various types of technology which can assist, but ultimately actually stopping the fires happening in the first instance is the most important. Over recent years, DAERA has purchased equipment which is held by Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service for immediate use, including all-terrain vehicles, some fitted with wildfire suppression units, knapsack sprayers and drip torches. NIEA is a member of the European Wildfire Network and can access advice and support during wildfire incidents from experts right across Europe and further afield if necessary. And we will work very hard with others in doing this. Forest Service has significantly stepped up its surveillance and patrol programme to help reduce the fire incident levels and for early detection purposes to initiate effective response. And the Department holds specialist all-terrain vehicles and combined air and foam dispensing units and trained staff that are made available to support and extend the Fire and Rescue Service firefighting capacity, particularly on hostile terrain like you have up the moors. So there is a considerable investment that has been made, and modern technologies that we can utilise to identify smoke at an early point may also be of assistance to us. The only thing I would say is that these fires spread so rapidly once they start. As I indicated earlier, it takes many years to recover the damage. It only takes seconds to do it.
Mr. Declan McAleer.
Could the Minister tell us, has he had any early indications of the long-term biodiversity loss in the moorings? And certainly I am very aware from my own region in the Moorings down in Tyrone. Last year we experienced the exact same episode, devastating, and I even know from looking at the biodiversity since last year that it hasn't even nearly fully restored. Has he any assessment of the long-term impact for the richness of the biodiversity in the moorings?
Well, as I indicated in the statement, there were species which were particular to the moorings. All indications would be, and they haven't done a full assessment, but all indications would be that it will take many years for some of those species to come back to where they would have been. The pipits, for example, the meadow pipits, ground nesting birds, have been laying their eggs, have been hatching their eggs, and sadly, there's probably hundreds of fledgling birds or eggs have been destroyed as a consequence of this fire with no means of escaping, and that's appalling. We would love to see more red grouse up on those hills, and currently the case. There is some pairs, and again, we need to look at other areas where good management has encouraged red grouse back. But the species damage is extensive. The gorse will grow again. It will recover probably more quickly. And the other element of it is that it has released carbon. There's absolutely no doubt that it has released substantial amounts of carbon and will not be as good at sequestering carbon going forward, and will take many years of rainfall for that peat to get back into reasonable condition again.
Mr. Harry Harvey.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his duty of care, firstly to the firefighters and also to the landowners who have had their property desolated with this mountain fire incident. Our grateful thanks goes out to all the fire crews attending the fire this past weekend. Minister, given the dry springs we've had in recent years, what steps are you taking to reduce the potential impact climate change is having on wildfires like this? Thank you.
Well, again, we in Northern Ireland want to play our part in terms of the climate change challenge, and that is why I indicated some time ago that I was bringing forward legislation. That legislation is now sitting with the Executive, and I'd hope to be able to present it in the very near future in this House. It will be legislation which will ensure that Northern Ireland plays its part fully in achieving Northern Ireland's contribution to net zero for the United Kingdom by 2050, and it will also be legislation which ensures that we don't decimate an entire section of the economy, in fact the largest section of the economy, the agri-food sector. So I would hope that the Executive will have the opportunity to actually progress that legislation and allow me to come to the House with the energy and purpose that is required, because we really need to drive these things forward and to be moving swiftly on it. Thus, I don't want there to be any delay within the Executive in terms of bringing this forward.
Mr. Philip McQuiggan.
I thank the Minister for the detail and a statement, and can I also commend the work of the fire service, the men and women of the fire service, and the difficult and dangerous task that they were involved in over the weekend, and also reflect on the heartbreaking loss of biodiversity and natural habitat in the moorns that we have witnessed. I represent North Antrim, and as the Minister has himself stated, it's the scene of, or has been the scene of, a number of wildfires in recent years. I'm thinking of Craig's Road outside Resharkin, Slieve and Nora last year, in April of last year, and as the Minister mentioned in his statement, Moneystacking Block near Portland Forest just very, very recently. So can I ask, Minister, over and above the work of management plans that you detailed in your statement, can you give an assessment of whether the legislation, the current legislation, is robust enough to thwart wildfires?
I have asked officials to look at the legislation to identify whether enough is being done. My suspicion is that not enough is being done in terms of the dissuasion. One of the problems that we have is that these places are remote by nature, so there isn't a lot of people around. So the ability of someone to do this, either purposely or recklessly, catching them doing it is extremely difficult, and reaching the bar that there is for prosecution. And therein lies the difficulty. We can have tough-looking legislation, but if you can't catch individuals that are doing it, then that's a different matter. But perhaps that is something that we need to speak to the judiciary about in terms of the evidence base for a circumstance like this, and ensure that we can demonstrate to the public that there is punishment for this activity. As I indicated, it's not a victimless crime, and ultimately there was dozens and dozens of men and women up in those mountains putting their lives at risk to put these fires out, and that is the ultimate wrong in it, that lives are being put at risk as a consequence of their behaviour.
Mr. Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I echo the words of the Minister and others in congratulating, thanking all the emergency services from the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service all the way down and through for their amazing courage and work over the last 2 days, and all the agencies that supported local businesses and individuals who helped that effort. Obviously, people are devastated to see the scenes of biodiversity loss and destruction in the moorns. Someone who comes from that area, I found it particularly difficult to watch, as I'm sure lots of people did. The Minister mentioned the Strategic Wildfires Group and looking at the legislation. I welcome that. Can he give a time scale for that? It's obviously not going to happen overnight in terms of legislation, but before then, would he also look at better information? Is it something he and his department could commit budget to ahead of this summer, whether it's about landowners or recreational users, putting up signs, some kind of communication to make absolutely clear that no one can be in any doubt of the unacceptability of starting any kind of fire, either deliberately or inadvertently?
Well, it's not that steps haven't been taken. There's been many steps taken, and the public should know better. There are those who deliberately burn off gorse to allow fresh growth to come through on the farming side. That doesn't take place this time of the year. If they're doing it, they're breaking the law. I want to make it very clear. They should be prosecuted for doing that. Any farmer who engages in this at this time of the year is breaking the law and should be prosecuted. In terms of the general public, I have to say most people who go up the mountains or go out walking in these areas are people who have a love for the environment and appreciate it and are responsible. Others take the notion sometimes of doing these things, and they go up in their flip-flops and they maybe drop cigarette butts that aren't extinguished. They might have a wee campfire and a barbecue and don't extinguish it properly. And you know, those are the people who really need to recognise the harm that they can do from their day trip out to a wild and remote region. But really need everyone to pull together and to recognise the harm that's done. The only good thing that has come out of this is the fact that the public are much more aware that these fires take place, because I've mentioned, you know, 4 fires in the last 2 weeks of significance. You know, just over the hill from where I was on Saturday, we drove around 5 minutes just above Tullymore, and there was 6 hectares of forest that had been damaged, young forest. We're trying to get more trees planted, and because of someone's irresponsibility, there's another forest that has been destroyed and set back. So we really need good cooperation with us from all sides, and we need to be very firm in terms of the law that it is strong, but we also find means of enforcing the law, that it's not just there on paper. It needs to be something which is demonstrated to the public is actually working, and people can see people being prosecuted for those activities.
Mrs. Rosemary Barton.
Minister, thank you very much for your statement, and I, like others, would like to reiterate my thanks to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Services and all the other emergency services that helped put out this fire. Can I also thank you and Minister Swan for being available at the weekend to also help out and support the people on the ground. Thank you. Minister, as travelling this morning from Fermanagh down to here, I was obviously listening to commentary that was going on the radio in relation to the fire, and there was reference made that a number of these fire and rescue services had quite a distance to walk to get to the source of the fire. Have you given any thought to perhaps providing vehicles that could be more adaptable than the actual fire engine to move these personnel much quicker to the source of the fire?
The fires in these mountains, these places are very difficult. So last year we spent £180,000 on all-terrain vehicles, which were used at the weekend to ferry fire and rescue personnel to the locations. Obviously, the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service have ultimate responsibility, and that's not my department. But one of the things which we could have done with on Saturday was the helicopter to do the water drops on the Kilkeel side of the mountain. We had anticipated getting helicopter support from Ireland and from GB, but unfortunately those became unavailable to do that. So it ended up, you know, the fire tender, because there's a quarry up there and a road up to the quarry, it enabled the water to get so far. But it ended up just fire personnel beating the fire out with shovels. And that is how crude this was done. So you take hundreds of acres of land and fire and you're beating that out with shovels. And when you get it out, it can flare up again. So the work that was involved here, you know, obviously a warm day, obviously the heat of the fire, obviously the uniforms that they're wearing for and the personal protection equipment that they're wearing, all of that leads to an immense amount of work being carried out by those individuals, and therefore we can't speak highly enough of their efforts. We need to ensure that they have as much equipment as possible to enable them to do this as safely as possible. But it was a very, very challenging circumstance, and a lot of people rose to the challenge. We talk about heroes in terms of COVID. These people were heroes working up the mountains.
Mr. George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, I should say. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, considering some of the recent wildfires, including the one outside Limavady in recent times, in my constituency, has there been an estimated cost to put all these fires out? Or maybe it's too early yet. And could I commend all the firefighters and other agencies as well for their diligence in eradicating those fires at the weekend? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And the fire service did give an indication earlier in the year that around £4.5 million over the last 10 years has been spent on these gorse fires. So, we really do need to ensure that we minimise the amount of public money that is expended on this. More importantly, we need to minimise the damage that's done to the environment and reduce the risk that there is to individuals who could get caught in these fires, or indeed personnel putting them out.
Mr. Melissa McHugh.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Deputy Prime Minister.
I've been promoted.
Good man. Good man.
Not yet.
An elevated role. An elevated role. Minister, just that when I live in the Derrick Valley, that each and every year, I see gorse fires. Some of them very, very extensive in that as well too. Some of them controlled and some of them otherwise. But I asked a question in relation to the Strategic Wildfire Group. Could you expand on the work that they actually do?
Thank you. I'll bring you back down to earth, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. But in any event, what the group do is identify the risks, identify the mitigations that they can carry out to reduce those risks. They look at how they can respond to the fires, how they can work as multi-agency teams in terms of the response that is made. So there's a whole series of things. Mr. Butler mentioned education, and that will be a key part as well, that all that we do, whether it's NIA, Forest Service, whether it's the PSNI, whether it's the Fire and Rescue Service, or indeed others, more local groups or local authorities, that we do it together and ensure that we respond to this in the best way possible. It's not an issue that's going to go away, or it's not an issue that we're going to eliminate, but it's an issue that we can certainly mitigate, and particularly mitigate the damage that's been done by it.
Ms. Liz Kimmins.
And thank the Minister for his answers so far. And I too, like others, would like to send my gratitude to all those who helped out over the weekend. Coming from a neighbouring constituency, I'm a regular visitor in the Mourns, so I just, I really cherish its beauty and what it provides for us. Minister, Brexit will starve northern agencies of vital conservation and management funding. And I do believe that we need an all-island approach to addressing this issue, because as we've seen over the weekend, the same pressures caused by human behaviour have affected the Kingdom of Kerry in Killarney National Park and the land in the Kingdom of Mourne. The prescribed period of burning in the south ends on the 1st of March, whereas in the north here it's the 14th of April, and this is far too late. Indeed, we need an urgent reassessment of the applicability of bush burning, and we should be investing in transitioning farmer and landowners away from such practices. With that said, Minister, will you therefore engage with your counterparts in the south and look at how we can come together to address this issue going forward?
Well, I think that we probably need to put our own house in order in the first instance, and where there is cross-border fires, and they do happen occasionally, the level of cooperation is fantastic, and that is not an issue. And where there is availability of resource, either in the Republic of Ireland for a fire that takes place in Northern Ireland, or indeed a fire that takes place in the Republic of Ireland with a resource available in Northern Ireland, that is already available. So there is already good close cooperation that takes place, and that is something which I will always encourage, because that is absolute common sense. So it's not a political thing, it is a practical thing. And I have every intention of helping out neighbours, and indeed calling upon neighbours when I need help in circumstances like this.
Ms. Claire Bailey.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm from a family of firefighters, and I have the utmost respect for the work and the dedication of the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Services, and indeed to all our emergency services, particularly when they face such personal risk. So I'd like to take the opportunity, along with others, to thank each and every one of them for their efforts over the weekend. And in this past week, just this 1 week alone, we have had serious fires on Cave Hill. We have had oil spills or dumping in Donaghadee, And now we've had this absolute devastation happen in the Mourne Mountains. Our environmental record in Northern Ireland should bring shame to us all. Minister, in your statement, you tell us then that there were 22 forest fire incidences last year, in 2020, and that this year we continue to face many threats. Can you let this House know how many of those incidences led to actual enforcement cases happening? And while strong words and signage are good steps to take, what real environmental and climate education strategy is being planned?
Well, as I indicated, in terms of enforcement, and whilst I'm supportive of a strong legislative base, and I'm happy to amend legislation to make it tougher, you can only enforce something where a case is presented. And the difficulty that we will have, and we need to be realistic about this, is that many individuals who have engaged in this activity are doing it away from the gaze of another person or another individual. And it is tricky and difficult to identify the individuals who are engaged in establishing these fires in the first instance. However, I do think that it would be worth our while having a conversation with other bodies who are involved in enforcement to identify what level the courts, for example, require of evidence to prosecute someone and bring forward a successful prosecution. And I will not hold back whatsoever any prosecution that NIA, Forest Service or any of the other people bring forward. That is something that I would encourage would happen. I think it's something that needs to happen on a much more frequent basis, and I would like to see people punished for this awful crime, because it is an awful crime that has been committed against other human beings and against our environment.
Mr. Terry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, thank the Minister for his statement. I want to thank everybody for their work over the last few days to tackle this fire, particularly those in the Fire and Rescue Service for their critical work. And it is, of course, gutting to see such devastation to an area of diverse flora and fauna. Speaking with Fire and Rescue Service people, Mr Deputy Speaker, you know how overworked, under-resourced and overstretched that they are, and given events over the last weekend, the high number of fires last year, the possibility of more fires, climate breakdown and uncertain weather patterns, how confident is the Minister that our excellent fire service is adequately resourced and financed to deal with these challenges going forward? Thank you.
Well, it's a good question, and it's one that you'll need to put to the Health Minister as his responsibility for the Fire and Rescue Service. I did have that task at one time previously in my career, and I know that the Fire and Rescue Service, like everybody else, has its challenges in terms of funding, but they have an excellent team of people on the ground who do magnificent work, not just in this situation, but in many situations, whether it be road traffic incidents, whether it be other incidents where the ambulance service in particular need help to rescue people. The range of work that's covered by the Fire and Rescue Service and their skills and innovation in dealing with those problems is probably not as well recognised as it should be. And I, for one, greatly appreciate the work that they carry out for us.
Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement this morning. I was grateful that you outlined the wide range of organisations and individuals involved. It was truly wonderful to see so many people put their lives on the line. Minister, you mentioned the issue of the emissions of carbon as a result of the fires, and I sit on the all-party group on lung health, and I'm just conscious this might be a naive question, but is there anything your department could do alongside other agencies or other departments to actually mitigate against the impact on the local residents from those emissions?
Well, getting the fire out as quickly as possible probably is all you can do. It is the release of the particle emissions, because there's a very fine particulate that would come from that material being burnt. And it can and does get ingested in people's lungs because it is that fine material, very difficult to get rid of. So these fires are a health hazard for people. Let's be absolutely clear, and it's another reason why they shouldn't happen.
Thank you, members. That concludes questions on the Minister's statement. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Horse Racing Amendment Bill, and I call on the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the second stage of the bill. Minister.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
The second stage of the Horse Racing Amendment Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate, and I will call upon the Minister briefly to open the debate on the bill, but if members would allow for a few seconds just for a change at the top table. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Horse Racing Amendment Bill is something that I have been looking at introducing for some period of time now. Over the course of the last number of years, the two main horse racing tracks, Down Royal and Downpatrick racecourses, have received a levy from the bookmakers, the turf accountants, at those courses, and consequently over the period of time that has been impacted as a result of the sale of the Down Royal racecourse, because the previous legislation specifically named the two racecourses, as opposed to ensuring that if there was ever a change of ownership of the racecourse, that was covered. Consequently, we have not been able to provide funding or ensure that levy has been dispensed to the racecourses. Now, one can imagine the issues around this, in that it costs considerable amounts of money to maintain and run a racecourse each year, and in terms of the funding that was available through this levy that was on bookmakers, that helped enable the continuation of the actual racecourses themselves. So as a result of losing the levy, that has put the racecourses under significant financial pressure, and whilst it may not be altogether popular with the bookmakers that they have to provide this funding, nonetheless it is an important part of the horse racing industry that they are able to continue to provide the racecourses, to maintain them in a safe condition, both for the welfare of the animals and indeed for the public and staff who are on site, and ensure that can all be done in a safe and appropriate way. Therefore, this is about ensuring, and this piece of legislation is about ensuring, that we are capable of continuing to provide that support to the racecourses. So it's a relatively short piece of legislation, it's a relatively simple piece of legislation, and one that I would appeal for the entire House to support. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Agricultural, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, Nicola Brogan.
Welcome the opportunity to speak as Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and to outline the views of the Committee on the Horse Racing Amendment Bill. The Committee received an oral briefing on the bill on Thursday, the 22nd of April, and I will take the opportunity to outline the views of the Committee to the Assembly. As the Minister has outlined, it is his intention to bring the bill to amend the Horse Racing NI Order 1990 regarding the named beneficiaries to the Horse Racing Fund. The bill, as we see, is very focused, short and concise, with the aim of getting it completed before the end of the mandate. It will enable payments of the fund to resume to both racecourses at Downpatrick and Down Royal. In providing evidence to the committee, the Minister's officials outlined some of the history of the fund. It was developed to address the decline in gate receipts on racecourses following the introduction of legislation that meant that people wishing to place a bet on a horse race no longer needed to attend the racecourse. As some of the bookmakers' income is obtained directly from betting on the horse racing, there is an obvious link and clear link between the two. It seems only fair that bookmakers should pay a levy to the racecourses for the profits they make from the activities of the racecourses. The Horse Racing Fund was established here in 1976 and is currently administered by DAERA in line with the Horse Racing NI Order 1990. The 1990 order requires that bookmakers make an annual contribution to the fund of an amount determined from time to time by the department. The amount is also set out after consultation with the bookmakers. As it stands today, the levy is £99 in the case of the on-course bookmakers and £1,123 in the case of the off-course bookmakers. That rate was set by the Horse Racing Charges and Bookmakers Order NI 2010. The levy was to be uplifted in 2017, but that did not happen due to the absence of the Assembly, and the rates therefore currently remain as I have stated. Officials noted that it is not the intention of the Minister to consider an increase in the levy at this point. The committee were told that a targeted consultation took place in May-June 2020 on the proposal to add the new operator of Down Royal to the 1990 order. Furthermore, as the legislation for the Horse Racing Fund is now quite dated and is in need of being reviewed, it is the intention of the Department to undertake a wider, long-term, more comprehensive review of both the order and the fund. During the consultation, respondents were therefore asked to comment on these longer-term review issues as well. Members had received a written briefing on the consultation and were aware of both the names of those who responded and the main issues raised. The committee heard that because of a change of management at the end of 2018, the new operator at Down Royal has not been eligible for support under the 1990 order, as it is not specifically named in the legislation. Payments to the previous operator of the Down Royal racecourse ceased from the 1st of January 2019. Payments to Downpatrick Racecourse also ceased while DAERA sought a decision from the EU Commission on the application of EU state aid rules. It became clear that an EU state aid application would likely not succeed. However, following the end of the transition period, 1st of January 2021, EU state aid rules no longer apply, and any payments must instead comply with the UK subsidy control requirements. This seems to be less problematic. The committee heard that there is currently £680,000 sitting in the fund, and there have been no payments made out since 2018. Members asked questions around how the racecourses apply to the fund and what criteria were in place for those payments. Officials told us that the purposes for which the payments can be made are laid down in the legislation and included items such as prize funds, technical and other services. The two named beneficiaries apply by presenting a business plan that lays out how they will use the fund. The business plan is assessed by DAERA staff. The use of the funding allocated to racecourses is also audited. The committee also considered the situations in other jurisdictions and noted that both Britain and the south of Ireland have their own arrangements and have recently been reviewed. In Britain, its fund is administered by the NDPB. It does not include income derived. It does include income derived from online gambling, and that the levy is set at 10% of profits. Meanwhile, in the south of Ireland, the fund does cover greyhound racing and 24 horse racing courses, and the levy is provided by way of the Excise Department. The committee did question officials on both the issue of a levy for online gambling and on the possibility of the fund being widened to greyhound racing and other racecourses that may in future open locally. We heard from officials that gambling and licensing of bookmakers rests with the Department of Communities, and that DAERA officials were working closely with their communities' counterparts on this aspect. We understand that communities will be undertaking a wider review of gambling legislation at some stage in the future, and that will consider this aspect. Some of the wider issues to be considered in the forthcoming DAERA review have already been mentioned, such as the inclusion of online gambling. Another issue is whether the bill should have been widened to include greyhound racing. In questioning this aspect, officials referred back to the origins of the fund. Members will recall that I said earlier that the fund was developed to address the decline in gate receipts on racecourses following the introduction of legislation that meant that people wishing to place a bet on a horse race no longer needed to attend the racecourse. In order to remain true to the fundamental principle, an assessment would be needed on whether gambling on greyhound racing was on course, off course, or a combination of both. Another issue raised by members was the potential to widen the fund, if required, to other racecourses that may be established here. Officials noted that they were aware that there had been some discussions by third parties on the potential for a further racecourse at Giants Park, but that these are only discussions and there are no firm proposals. In summary, the ERA Committee noted the narrow scope of this bill and discussed with DAERA officials other matters that may present at committee stage as areas for possible amendment. Overall, the committee expressed no concerns at the narrow scope of the bill and look forward to closely working with the Minister and those officials at committee stage.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This particular issue before the House is one which many in the public may not ever have had any knowledge of. It is legislation required to put right an issue which has arisen in terms of the funding of Northern Ireland's racecourses and the blockage to assistance that has prevailed since late 2018. The legislative angle on this issue is one whereby there is a need in law to make a number of changes to the existing order to allow payments to be made from the horse racing fund to racecourses in Northern Ireland. I understand that consultation in the normal practice has been carried out and various responses received have taken on board in the formulation of the amendment. I note consultation responses have been largely supportive of the change. The fund itself is made up of a levy collected from licensed bookmakers in Northern Ireland, and this finance then provides support for horse racing at Northern Ireland's two racecourses at Downpatrick and Down Royal. The Horse Racing Northern Ireland Order in 1990 is the legal basis for the HRF in Northern Ireland. With the change in operator at Down Royal, it means it was ineligible for support from the fund, and this issue has prevailed and will prevail until the current work around adjusting this legislation is allowed to allow payments to once again recommence runs its full legislative course. COVID-19 has been another limiting factor on the two racecourses, as has been the case with much of the sport over the past number of months. And with this support fund being withheld for the reasons as outlined, it will be all the more required moving forward. Discussions around support being widened out to other venues such as greyhound racetracks and other venues not involved in horse racing have been raised, and I would urge any further discussion on these points to be taken with a firm view on the wider societal impacts of the off-course and online gambling. These issues should not be treated in isolation, and we have heard such in recent times of the societal impacts of gambling and the negative impacts it has. There is currently discussion on our own laws on this matter and prolific nature of online betting, and I would welcome any steps to effectively consider these matters and the impacts of online betting on society, which has been seen a particular increase in use over lockdown. Cross-departmental cooperation will continue to be very important in considering these issues further, ensuring that politics and decisions around competitive sport in this regard are fair, reasonable and balanced against a number of important factors. With that being said, this particular piece of legislation is required, and neither venue should be disadvantaged further by its legal, albeit temporary, blockage. I support the bill.
I call Patsy McClone.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the introduction of the bill today. The SDLP has no fundamental objection to the bill because there is little in it to object to. However, there are a number of issues that would merit definite consultation. I would appreciate some further deliberations with the Minister, and perhaps he would disclose what those are later on, in order to bring us into line with both the Republic and with UK. Since 2019, no financial support has been paid out from the Horse Racing Fund because the original legislation didn't take into account the possibility of a change in ownership of one of the 2 racecourses that the fund is designed to support. Given the fact that the levy involved continues to be raised from licensed bookmakers as a condition of the licence, it would seem perverse to prevent the owners of those racecourses from applying for that financial support. I believe the fund currently sits at around 600,000, with about 350,000 being raised annually. Indeed, the bill itself could be described as a simple piece of legislative bookkeeping by the Minister and the Department. That said, there are a number of questions as we move into more contemporary times that could be asked of the Department's approach. For example, is the legislation itself fit for purpose? And in many ways it's long out of date with the rest of legislation regarding gambling in the North. For example, there should be a levy on online bookmakers, as there's quite considerable betting done online now, as opposed to just the brick-and-mortar bookmakers. The fund was set up by legislation in the 1970s and was amended in 1990. The vast majority of the fund is, as I've said, is raised from licensed off-course bookmakers, but the licence issued by the Department of Communities doesn't cover online betting. The 2 racecourses involved now have more varied sources of income than they did in 1990. If the fund is still necessary, should other similar venues be able to apply for that support? For example, should the support be extended to cover dog racing? In fact, I'd make the case it should do. Drumbow and Brandywell are competing with Dundalk and other racecourses in the Republic, and they are very substantially underpinned by the state and supported by the state. They get significant drawdown to continue with their activities. Should a non-departmental public body be established for the purpose of oversight of this case, as is in the case of the rest of Ireland and GB? Many of these questions were raised by stakeholders during the limited consultation the Department carried out in May and June of last year, and those are issues and cases regarding the collection of monies, collection of funds, but also the distribution of those funds in a more equitable way to other courses, especially those greyhound courses. It is understandable that the Minister is seeking a remedy as quickly as possible to the position of the 2 current racecourses, horse racecourses obviously, that find themselves in due to a flaw in the original legislation. However, we would like to see a firm commitment from the Minister to a comprehensive review of the operation of the Horse Racing Fund, and indeed its extension to greyhound racing, and the provision of support for horse racing and similar activities that he currently is responsible for. That would enable the Minister to address some of the many issues raised by stakeholders and others in the sector during his Department's consultation on this short and limited bill. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Members, question time is due to commence at 2 o'clock, and I suggest therefore that the House should take its ease until then, and this debate will then continue after question time, when the next member scheduled to speak is Rosemary Barton.
Members, it's time for questions to the Minister of Health. I call Dr. Kiva Archibald, the Air and Dr. Kiva Archibald.
Question 1, please. I thank the member for her question. The clinical service that provides paediatric ankle and foot orthosis are provided mainly by orthotists through contracted services to the Health and Social Care Trusts. There are 2 service providers in Northern Ireland, one of whom manufactures AFOs in Northern Ireland, and the production lead times for AFOs are about 3 weeks from assessment to delivery to the trusts, with an urgent orders being able to be completed within a week for patients who are post-operative or inpatients. Service level for orthotists service varies across trusts. Children with SEN are able to access the service via consultant GP or allied health professional referrals in some trusts, and in others the referral sources are more limited. Some of the paediatric caseload are seen within a special school clinic by the orthotists, and school clinics are either weekly, fortnightly or monthly depending upon the school. Most children who attend these schools should be cast and supplied with their AFOs within a month. Only pupils who attend these schools are able to be seen within these clinics. All other paediatrics are seen at general clinics across a variety of hospitals. Typically, waiting times can vary from trust to trust and depend upon how the services are delivered. At clinics, the availability of appointments determine the delivery speed and access of services. Paediatrics are usually prioritised over routine patients who are seen at the clinics, but would mainly be seen within a general clinic where adults are also seen. The typical waiting time between paediatric appointments is between 6 and 12 weeks. I fully recognise there is a constant need to review service delivery models, including paediatric orthotists, as children's need for replacement devices are often more demanding due to the growth and general wear and tear. As part of the AHP Workforce Review programme, an orthotist workforce review was taken forward. This identified a number of issues, including variations in service delivery and access to services. As a result, the Chief Allied Health Professional Officer has asked for one of her Trust Paediatric Heads of Service to take forward a review of orthotist services across Northern Ireland, and the intention is to have that review completed by October 2021.
Kiva Archibald, supplementary question for Kiva Archibald.
I thank the Minister for that comprehensive answer, and I've been contacted by constituents who have children who require these orthotics, and I've written to you about one child in particular on a couple of occasions because they find that the orthotics provided cause pain and injury to the children's little feet, and then they have been forced to source alternatives privately, which are obviously very expensive. As you mentioned yourself, children's feet grow. So would the department commit to evaluating the quality of the paediatric orthotics provided to ensure that they are fit for purpose?
I thank the member for her question. I do know she has written to me on this point. With regards to the quality of orthosis provided, the device can either be custom made for the child from an impression taken of the child's leg and foot, or if suitable, an off-the-shelf prefabricated ankle and AFO can be utilised. The regulations provide more stringent requirements on the manufacture of any medical device, and this also includes orthotic devices manufactured by the orthotist service. The guidance and standards for best practice are those from the British Association of Prosthetics and Orthotists Guidelines for the provision of orthotic services, and the guidance sets out the quality of the fabrication of devices, and these standards will also apply to all the patients. But also, as the member noted in my response to her, I did say our Chief Allied Health Professional would undertake a review which is due back to be completed by October 2021, and I asked her to include the member's query in that as well.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, I had a meeting with a consultant in orthotics recently, and it very much echoed the other members' comments around that. But just on a broader point, Minister, one of his concerns was that the managers within the Health Trust are not necessarily allocating enough theatre time for the procedures in relation to the children's feet and legs. I'm just wondering how this is actually fitting into the regionalisation prioritisation programme in terms of theatre capacity, because a lot of intervention, the earlier you get there and correct the issue, the better. Thank you.
And I thank the member, and she will be aware that I've published, or the Trust have published, their rebuilding plans for the next 3 months, where we are looking about the rescheduling and the utilisation
of our theatre capacity at a regional level, rather than just solely within the trust level as well. So it's about how we rebuild core services across the entirety of the spectrum, including some of these very invaluable preventative operations that can take place as well. But first of all, we are tackling those red flags, those immediate urgent responses as well, while we rebuild our service back to where it should be and where it can be.
I call Jim Allister.
I asked the Minister generally about the supply line of medical devices and products and indeed medicines, and how that has been impacted by the protocol. Where do we source most of our supplies? How is the protocol impacting on that? How does he anticipate at the end of the grace period how that will work? And what awaits us from the 1st of January next year when we become fully under restrictive EU laws?
And I thank the member for that point. It is something that is topical at the minute. Something was raised at the Health Committee last week as well. We currently receive 98% of our medicines and medical devices directly through GB. So the protocol will have an implication, and isn't having a current implication because we have a derogation to the end of this year. But what the triggering of Article 16 towards the end of last year in regards to vaccines has unnerved suppliers, while there is a train of work in progress between my department, the DHSC, the MHRA as well, who are also involved in this. It did have an unsettling effect. We are seeing those consistent suppliers who are now asking more questions, who are now concerned about the implication of the protocol. So that's why we're engaged with those companies to give that level of reassurance that ourselves and the Department of Health and Social Care are doing all that we can that is within our remit and our power to ensure that those supply lines are as seamless as possible. The Northern Ireland office also holds a not insignificant financial pot to be able to facilitate and support that as well, and we're engaged with them as to how we utilise that best to make sure there is no disruption to medicines or medical devices in Northern Ireland due to the protocol and its outworkings.
I call Robbie Butler for question.
Number 2, please.
I thank the member for his question. The Lisburn Primary and Community Care Centre at the Lagan Valley Hospital will provide fit-for-purpose accommodation for 7 GP practices, selected acute outpatient services and a large number of trust services, many of which will be relocated from the existing Lisburn Health Centre, Warren's Children's Centre and other leased premises, namely TSL House. The new development will help enable greater management of chronic conditions in the community and closer to patients' homes through the co-location and integration of GP practices alongside multidisciplinary teams in a functionally suitable building. Construction of a new primary and community care centre is progressing well and is scheduled for completion in June 2021. And following a period of commissioning, it is anticipated that the building will open to patients in late autumn or winter of this year.
Robbie Butler for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. And Minister, you did mention about the role for multidisciplinary teams. Would you agree with me that the inclusion, particularly with regard to mental health in these settings, such as the Lisburn Primary and Community Centre, will have a more holistic, better outcome in terms of well-being for our community?
And again, I thank the member, and it has no interest, especially in regards to mental health supports and provision. The primary care multidisciplinary team model introduces new physiotherapy, social work and mental health roles into GP practices to work alongside enhanced levels of nursing staff and the existing practice team. It aims to move from a system of treating illness to holistically supporting good physical and mental health and social well-being. Within the South Eastern Trust area, MDTs are already being fully implemented in the Down GP Federation, accompanied by a small introduction jointly in Ards and North Down. While formal evaluation of the MDT programme is currently underway, it is clear that the model is already impacting positively on some of the core services within the South Eastern Trust, such as physiotherapy and mental health. My department and the Health and Social Care Board are currently engaged in a process to develop a roadmap for the implementation of MDTs across all the remaining MP federations, including Lisburn. And this involves engaging with those in general practice and the Health and Social Care Trusts to agree realistic and achievable proposals which will then be aligned with overall strategic priorities and the current or emerging pressures. Development of the roadmap is expected to be completed before summer 2021 and will enable robust planning around the cost and timescale of the rollout of the model for the remainder of Northern Ireland. Further rollout of the model is, however, dependent on the availability of a suitably qualified and experienced workforce, readiness of accommodation and the appropriate funding. But MDTs are not the only initiative in place to support those working in primary care.
Liz Kimmins, I call Liz Kimmins for a question.
And I thank the Minister for his answer. And it's good to hear the progress in Lisburn. As a former employee in Lisburn Health Centre, I know a lot of my past colleagues will be delighted to hear it's progressing as it is. So, Minister, it was just to ask for an update on the Newry Community Treatment and Care Centre and just what funding has been set aside for new primary care hubs.
And I thank the member. I thank her for her support as well. I'm sure our former colleagues will be pleased too that we are making some positive progress in that area. The Newry Community Treatment and Care Centre project involves the provision of a new 12,600 square metre primary care facility to provide fit-for-purpose accommodation for GMS services, selected acute outpatient and diagnostic services, and a large number of multidisciplinary teams, many of which will be relocated from outlying sites and leased premises. The project was originally initiated under Ministerial direction in March 2013. The Newry project experienced delay primarily as a result of protracted negotiations over planning permission between the contractor and Newry Morning Down District Council, but planning permission was approved on the 1st of July 2020. Departmental officials are currently considering whether the project should now move to full business case stage, and I'll update the member when that's received.
John O'Dowd for I call John O'Dowd for a
question. Case number 3, question number 3.
And again, I thank the member for his question. The primary care multidisciplinary team model introduces new physiotherapy, social work and mental health roles into GP practices to work alongside enhanced level of nursing staff and the existing practice team. It aims to move from a system of treating illness to holistically supporting good physical and mental health and social well-being. Like many transformation projects, the expansion of the programme has been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the MDT model is currently in development in 5 areas across Northern Ireland: Londonderry, West Belfast, Causeway, Newry and District and North Down and Ards, and is already fully implemented in the Down GP Federation. In total, across all the areas, the programme supports over 300 members of staff. My department and the Health and Social Care Board are currently engaged in a process to develop the roadmap, as I indicated earlier, and this involves engaging with all those in general practice and the trusts to agree the realistic and achievable proposals, which will then be aligned with the overall strategic priorities or current and emerging pressures. That roadmap, as I said, is due to be completed before summer 2021 and will enable robust planning around the cost and timescale for the rollout. But further rollout of the model, as I've already said, is dependent on the availability of suitably qualified and experienced workforce, and the readiness of accommodation and appropriate funding.
John O'Dowd, supplementary question for John O'Dowd.
And thank the Minister for his answer thus far. Would the Minister agree with me that if we are to turn the oil tank around, that is the health service, that we have to concentrate on primary as much as acute, and perhaps more in primary? I understand that there's only 5 of the 17 multidisciplinary teams have been established. And if we were to establish them, then surely that would take a significant amount of pressure off GPs on the acute service. The Minister may be interested to know that recently in social media in my area, parents were asking each other how often they had to phone their GPs to get through. The dubious winner was 400 times to hit redial to get through the GP. And many of those patients will be simply seeing their GP to be redirected to another service. It would appear to me these MDTs would be the answer to much of that problem.
I would fully agree with the member about the benefit that MDTs will bring, because it is about that multidisciplinary team aspect. When they were first initiated or first even talked about here, there was much reluctance about somebody going to a GP, thought they had to see the GP. But when they saw the aspects of being able to see a physiotherapist, a nurse practitioner or even a pharmacist face-to-face rather than having to wait to engage with a GP, they saw the benefits. Our GP colleagues see the benefits as well, and experience to date has shown that many of those actually working in MDTs have been recruited already from existing roles within health and social care trusts. So recruitment to our MDT roles must therefore be progressed through that measured approach as well, so that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul and actually shifting the same staff around in the service. But the members' comments, an analogy about the health service being that oil tanker that needs turned round, we do need to start turning it and turning it very fast. It has been able to reposition itself pretty quickly over the past 14 months, but we need to make sure that the support is there to turn it round, to get it parked and to get it into a place that actually supports the entirety of Northern Ireland, and that includes investment in primary care, secondary care, but also across the workforce of the health and social care family.
Call Pam Cameron.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, the rollout of the multidisciplinary teams is of vital importance going forward. We realise that, and it is very important to note, as the previous member has just spoken about, that the pressure that GPs are under is much greater, and that's primarily due to the switching off of healthcare appointments during this pandemic, and that much of these calls and queries from patients, they're dealing with patients who have not been dealt with in secondary care. So given the disparity around the access to GPs across Northern Ireland, what work is being done to ensure that GP access does not continue to be a barrier in early diagnosis of life-threatening conditions? And basically what I'm asking you is, Minister, when will we see face-to-face appointments being made readily available to the public for GPs?
And I thank the Vice Chair of the committee for her points. I wouldn't agree with the switching off term that was used, but I would say that we had to take drastic steps during serious waves of a COVID pandemic, which put serious pressure on the entirety of our health workforce. In regards to GP practices, I want to be clear that our general practices are open. They have been open throughout this pandemic, and I want to pay tribute to the hard work, commitment and innovation we have seen from our GPs as they continue to provide critical service for us all. GPs have continued to see patients. Indeed, the number of consultations is now close to pre-pandemic levels, with the most recent figures for the week ending the 16th of April showing 83 consultations per 1,000, which compared with November 2019, where there were 87 consultations per 1,000. Indeed, despite the need for social distancing and infection control, GPs have been able to maintain face-to-face consultations at a level. Of those recent consultations, 37% were face-to-face, in comparison with 50% in November 2019. As I think it is clear from the outset of this pandemic, our GPs have worked tirelessly for the good of everyone in the community. Not only have they delivered a range of additional services, including COVID centres, vaccinations, but they've remained focused on continuing to deliver core vital services, and we owe all of them a huge debt of gratitude for the work they have done. But I will acknowledge and recognise that that level of service is not consistent across all GP practices, and there are a small number who have not stepped up to the mark and the expectation of even their own colleagues.
Éireann Sir Cara Hunter for Newcastle. I called Cara Hunter for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. My question refers also to the point made by the previous speakers. Understandably, there is deep frustration and concern with not getting face-to-face appointments. I think we're all hearing it from all of our constituents. So just off the back of that, can I ask what conversations you have with both patients and GPs on the conversation of having face-to-face appointments resuming as soon as possible? Thank you.
I think, as I've said before and actually referenced in the answer to the previous speaker as well, in regards to the increase that we have seen in those face-to-face consultations and how we are now comparing to where we were in November 2019, that situation is improving in regards to the GP's face-to-face consultations. But I think we need to be clear as well that the experiences that many patients are receiving in accessing GP appointments is comparable to where it was pre-COVID as well, because it wasn't good or wasn't to a level of service then as well, because we did see a decrease in the number of GP practices across Northern Ireland, as well as the number of GPs actually working across Northern Ireland as well. So I do want to pay tribute and support my GP colleagues within the healthcare family who are stepping up and who have went above and beyond and working in COVID centres and vaccination centres and have supported their patients throughout this time. They, like me, want to get back to a normalist health service that we've seen in the past, and that will be replicated, and the members had those representations from the Royal College of GPs and the British Medical Association at the committee as well, and she knows the input that they're putting in through the health professionals and those organisations to returning our health services as much as possible to face-to-face consultations, but also realising that the pressures that it is currently still under.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your answers so far, and hopefully these all-in-one stops will improve accessibility of the care of all patients. Can you, Minister, give your assessment of the impact of the MDT model so far?
And I thank the member for her point. The impacts of the MDTs I have indicated in the original answer as well, because the programme actually provides more care closer to people's homes and improves access to early support and diagnosis by proactively managing patient need in their local GP practice, setting through a multidisciplinary early intervention team, and as I said in the answer to the original questioner in regards to what professionals they can actually access. During 1920, across the 5 sites, a total of 41,459 first contact physio appointments were made, 86% of which were managed within primary care, and only 12% received onward referrals. Continuing the rollout of primary care MDTs will support the transformation of service provision in the context of a rapidly changing landscape of treatment options, workforce gaps, and the opportunities for change. And given the innovative nature of this approach, learning and evaluation are key elements of the MDT programme. The effectiveness of MDTs is being reviewed on an ongoing basis through an independent evaluation. And although year one of this evaluation has been heavily impacted by COVID, work is ongoing to address these challenges.
Karen Mullen, for when you cashed, I called Karen Mullen.
Question for Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'll take question 4 and question 12 together, and if I could ask for additional time in response to the answer. Alcohol and drug services across the North West are provided through a combination of primary and secondary care services commissioned by the Health and Social Care Board, along with the prevention, treatment and support services commissioned by the Public Health Agency. All of these are in line with the Regional Alcohol and Drugs Commissioning Framework, Northern Ireland's overarching public health strategy, Making Life Better, and the Executive's current substance use strategy, the new strategic direction for alcohol and drugs, Phase 2. Resources for alcohol and drug services will continue to be managed on a regional basis, and future funding for addiction services will be reviewed in line with the forthcoming substance use strategy, which addresses the needs of the Northern Ireland population as a whole, including the North West. The Western Health and Social Care Trust Community Addiction Services consists of a core multidisciplinary team supplemented by a number of more specific services, including link and liaison nurses, opiate substitution therapy services, home detoxification services, and an 8-bedded complex detoxification and stabilisation inpatient unit. The service offers the full range of treatment options and receives approximately 2,500 referrals per year. For the majority of patients where detox is required, withdrawal can be managed in the community as part of the Shared Care Detox programme, and the Western Trust is the only trust currently providing a home detox service within Northern Ireland. For the most complex cases, the ASHA Addiction Treatment Unit in Omagh is one of the 3 regional inpatient complex detoxification and stabilisation units, the other 2 being Shimna in the South Eastern Trust and Carrick 1 in the Northern Trust. Together, these 3 units provide 30 inpatient beds for complex detoxification and stabilisation across the region. Residents from any trust area can avail of treatment in any of the units of their choice. The ASHA is an 8-bedded unit providing a 6-week inpatient programme, but currently has 7 beds in operation, with the 8th bed being utilised as an isolation room if required due to COVID. This unit currently has a waiting list of 25 individuals for inpatient treatment, and as an independent provider of Tier 4 rehabilitation services, the Northland Centre is part of the regional network. Tier 4 addiction services for Northern Ireland providing counselling, inpatient treatment and aftercare counselling services to achieve recovery for those with alcohol and drugs addictions, along with support counselling for families. Northlands offers a range of addiction treatment services, both residential and in the community, to individuals, couples and families with drug and alcohol problems. Most of its services are provided in its purpose-built facilities in Londonderry, with outpatient counselling services also operating in Coleraine and Macclesfield.
I would just remind the Minister of the 2-minute rule, but given the importance of the topic, I allowed continue there. Ceist Orlínta, Karen Mullen, a supplementary question for Karen Mullen.
Thank the Minister for his extensive answer, and I also thank you for agreeing to meet Tamsin White, who recently lost her mum. You will hear from her around the lack of detox services, particularly for females in the North West region, and the real impact it's having. You responded to me, particularly even this morning, around the New Decade, New Approach commitment, and that funding will be decided at a joint board of the Secretary of State, the Deputy First Minister and the First Minister. Health Minister, I'm asking you, are you taking forward to that joint board that this commitment, that this as a commitment needs to be funded and should be a priority?
And I think that the member for appointed, as I said earlier, in regards to the funding under the section of addressing Northern Ireland's unique circumstances within New Decade, New Approach, there is a number of funding shortfalls, and it is anticipated that the level of funding made available will not be sufficient to cover all the areas set out in New Decade, New Approach. However, as I said, it is my understanding that the specific projects this funding is aimed at supporting are to be determined by a joint board which includes the Secretary of State and the First and Deputy First Ministers. Neither my department nor the Health and Social Care Board nor the Public Health Agency have been involved directly in this process to date, but we would obviously welcome any further investment in substance use services. However, this needs to be in line with the identified need and/or priorities for service development within the strategic commissioning and planning processes. And as the member is aware, that the number of funding shortfalls that I have within my current budget due to New Decade, New Approaches agreements being made without the necessary funding being attached is the challenge. So I would encourage her to lobby her party member, who is part of that assessment board, in regards to the funding process.
Mark Durkin, Mark Durkin for a question.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. My supplementary question is almost as similar as my original was to Ms Mullins. I also look forward to meeting the Minister when it comes to meet young Tasman in Foyle. Myself, Karen and other reps look forward to that engagement. But could I ask the Minister to give a commitment that he will use his office and his influence, along with the undeniable evidence that exists of need, to exert pressure on the Executive Office and the Northern Ireland Office to honour the pledge in New Decade, New Approach for a new addiction unit in the North West, and he'll have no shortage of support in doing so.
And I thank the member for his commitment for support, because he will be aware that there are many proposals in New Decade, New Approach that are health specific. I don't have the reassurance of that funding either in the coming budget or this year's budget, because there is no funding allocation directly aligned to those at present. It is priorities and promises that have been made by the Finance Minister in regards to funding those, but it will be up to the project board, which includes the First Minister, the Deputy First Minister and the Secretary of State, in prioritising those in regards to funds that are made available. He will be aware, as Minister of Health, I will be asking and pushing for as much of that money to come in our direction as is possible, because many of those commitments in New Decade, New Approach are necessary for not just the advancement of the health service in Northern Ireland, but much of the transformation as well, which is sorely needed.
Time for a very quick question from Roy Beggs.
A minimum price of alcohol can contribute to reduction in consumption of alcohol and associated addiction. Can the Minister provide us an update on that? Because if we can reduce the consumption of alcohol, the pressures on our addiction support will be reduced.
I think the member was raised earlier on in the British Irish Council statement, because it was something that was discussed. I believe that the introduction of legislation for minimum unit pricing for alcohol has the potential to be a key population level health measure to address this issue. I have therefore made a commitment to have a full consultation on minimum unit pricing once our new substance use strategy is finalised, and this consultation will examine a range of possible options in respect of alcohol pricing, which will include consideration of the emerging evidence of the effectiveness of minimum unit pricing following its implementation in Scotland and elsewhere.
Thank you, members. That concludes the period of listed questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And before I start there, question number 6 and question number 7 both have been withdrawn. So I call Rachel Woods for first question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister be aware that early medical abortion services were suspended in the Western Trust on Friday. Can the Minister clarify who the conscientious objection provision in the Abortion NI No. 2 Regulations 2020 apply to?
I think the member will apply to anyone who wishes to take up that option that has been there. But again, my department was informed on Friday of a temporary pause to the Western Trust's early medical abortion service, and my department will continue to monitor ongoing efforts by the Trust to restore delivery of those services with minimum disruption. At this stage, it is not known how long services will be paused in the Western Trust. It is my understanding that efforts are ongoing to put additional staff in place as soon as possible and to resume provision of an EMA service with the minimum of disruption.
Rachel Wood for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. It is my understanding that there have been instances of some staff working across trusts who have been frustrating service delivery by refusing to, say, perform administrative tasks. Can the Minister outline what instruction or guidance his department has given to all the trusts in Northern Ireland in relation to this matter?
In regards to administration of the service which has been delivered by trusts, it will be up to the trust to deliver that as well. However, my department has advised trusts that abortion is now legal and the regulations require such terminations to be carried out on health and social care premises by registered medical professionals. The EMA pathways were put in place by trusts starting from April 2020 in line with their statutory duties and functions to provide medical care and treatment in accordance with the needs of the patients and subject to the law.
I call Thomas Buchanan. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And just on the same subject, Minister, I wholeheartedly welcome the suspension. I believe it is an answer to prayer, and I do continue to pray that it will remain in suspension, unable to reopen again. But can I ask you as Minister to give some indication as to the extent of the resource issue you and your department will be faced with should you be compelled to commission such services across the health and social care system?
I thank the member for his question. That scoping piece of work is something that is being currently carried out, as it was a piece of work that was initially commissioned by my Permanent Secretary during the period where there was no minister in place. That has recommenced following an easing of pressures due to COVID, and it is something that is actually being reported to and engaged with the Northern Ireland office.
Thomas Buchanan for a supplementary. Again, thank the Minister for his response, and I have to say that it is of extreme concern that there are still those in this House who are constant advocates and cheerleaders for a premeditated murder of the unborn child through the mechanism of abortion, and we saw that again from Saturday's newsletter. Would the Minister agree that it would be much better to ensure that we have proper help and support services in place for mothers to be who may feel vulnerable and unable to cope, rather than advocating the destruction of the unborn child? And can he advise where he and his department are currently at in ensuring that such services are readily available in every trust area for all those who need to avail of them?
Again, I note the member's point that he is making. There is a duty to deliver abortion services now on the trusts across Northern Ireland due to the decision that was taken during the period where this place did not sit. It is also a duty, I think, that we need to support mothers and potential mothers as well with every physical and psychological support that we can as a health and social care service, no matter what their decision should be in regards to abortion, because that duty is there for one, I think, that we deserve to deliver for the women of Northern Ireland.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Can the Minister confirm that there is a threat of his budget being top-sliced by the Finance Minister in an effort to fund the Northern Ireland Victims' Pension?
I thank the member for his question. In regards to the concern that he has raised, I very much welcome the announcement of the Troubles Permanent Disabled Payment Scheme, or Victims' Pension as previously known. Whilst the TEO and the Department of Justice are leading on the design and administrative functions of the scheme, there will also be a cost associated with it. And I must say, however, I am deeply concerned that it has been suggested, even by the Finance Minister in this House, that the costs associated with it should be seen as reduction to departments' resource budgets simply on a pro rata basis, and it may be required to fund the payments. Whilst the payments no doubt need to be made, I hope all members will agree with me that top slicing a health service that has never been as stretched as it currently is would be deeply damaging and a detrimental step to take.
Alan Chambers for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer there. Minister, like yourself, I certainly welcome the pension, not least because it was so long overdue. People will be deeply concerned if the Finance Minister is simply going to cut budgets of some of the most important services to pay for it. Can the Minister confirm what level of a cut his department is potentially facing and what impact that would have on key health and social care services, and in particular his recovery programme?
And I thank the member. While the costs are still to be determined on a pro rata basis, my department could be facing a cut of many tens of millions of pounds each and every year. Needless to say, a budget reduction of that magnitude would seriously undermine our ability to fund all of our most fundamental health and social care services. After a decade of underinvestment and a desperate need to rebuild after COVID, the last thing our health service needs is such a deep cut to its annual budget, and I sincerely hope that the Finance Minister can find an alternative way forward, as I say, for a welcome announcement in regards to the payment of the Victims' Pension or the Troubles Permanent Disabled Payment Scheme, as it is probably known.
Thank you.
I call Paul Given.
In our post-primary education settings, children are being required to wear face masks. I am sure others have received complaints from parents of their child having headaches, exhaustion, as a result of wearing it for 6 hours per day, 5 days a week. In light of the very impressive reduction of transmission rates, hospitalisation rates, at what stage will the guidance which the Minister for Education and indeed the Children's Commissioner, whom I've spoken to about these issues, will be changed as it's based upon the Chief Medical Officer and the Department of Health?
I thank the member for his question. In fact, the introduction of face coverings in post-primary school settings was done at a request and consideration from the Education Minister as a step to allowing the reopening. But I'm sure if he puts forward a request for that to be considered and looked at in regards to updated medical advice and guidance, it's something the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor would do.
Supplementary from Mr. Given.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, that's interesting because that's not what's coming back in written responses to questions, that this is based upon the CMO and the Department of Health advice. So I would welcome that clarity between the two departments, because certainly there is a concern that children as young as 12 and 13 are being required to wear face masks for this very protracted period of time, which I think everyone would accept is more than challenging in a school environment to do that. Can the Minister also clarify why affiliated sports clubs are able to put on five-a-side football, for example, but an unaffiliated group of players are not allowed to play five-a-side football?
And again, I thank the member in regards to his initial point, in regards to differentials between where the responsibility lies. One thing I have found in the last 14 months, if any minister gets queried in regards to regulations, it usually ends up being my fault, or turned round so that it's on the basis of my department or the Chief Medical Officer or the Chief Scientific Advisor. So I'm not surprised that he has had that response, but it's certainly something that we will follow up on. In regards to the specific question he asked in regards to the easing of restrictions and regulations, that process has now been handled by the Executive COVID Task Force in regards to what steps we actually use and utilise as was set out in the Executive COVID Task Force pathway. And I think there is a step, if I remember correctly, under sport, that it is one of the natural steps that we take, because of the affiliated organisations and sporting activities have that ability to actually manage and control the requirements that are necessary to allow those restrictions to be relaxed. But it is my hope that we get to a point very soon in regards to our vaccination uptake and the low numbers that we are seeing in hospital admissions and people in ICUs, that we can move quickly and steadily along that pathway to allow as normal approach to return to Northern Ireland as is possible.
Call Paula Bradshaw for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, members in this chamber may recall earlier this year when the research report into mother and baby homes was launched. I didn't share in their enthusiasm. I was frustrated that after many years of banging the door of your department with the birth mothers and their children for justice, that finally they were getting a bit of attention. I was very, very upset last week when I met with the birth mothers, and I heard stories of social workers who were meant to reply from a month ago in terms of the family tracing service, no response. They had reached out for counselling again 6 weeks ago, had no response. Can you please outline how the health services and support that your department is providing to the birth mothers is being monitored, and that people who have been re-traumatised by the launch of this report you're making sure that they are getting the support that they're asking for? Thank you.
And again, the member will note that the report was co-sponsored by the Executive Office and my department as well in regards to the work that has been done. That management board now has been established, and the specifics that the member raises in regards to social workers and access, if she could write to me, I would appreciate that, so we could follow up on the specifics of those individual cases as well, because it's not something that I want to reflect. When we did launch that report from our side, it was a necessary piece of work. It was a long overdue piece of work, and I think I gave the members the assurance at that time that we would put as much effort into support the birth mothers as is possible. So I'm disappointed to hear of those failings, of those gaps, but certainly I'll follow up with the member in regards to the detail that she raises.
Supplementary for Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your commitment. I take you in your sincerity there. I am concerned also, you'll be aware that the Executive Office has started a reference group into historical clerical child sex abuse. You'll be aware that the likes of Nexus, who provide counselling for sexual abuse victims, they have got, I think it's probably hundreds, maybe over 500 people on their waiting list. I'm concerned, Minister, as this gets a bit of momentum, a wee bit more public discussion around bringing people forward for, to almost disclose that they've been a victim, that the support, again, is not going to be there for them. Can we maybe preempt that a wee bit and maybe make sure that the counselling is in place there for this very sensitive area of counselling? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member for her very specific question in regards to what is a very sensitive but important piece of work. So those support mechanisms should be there, and I know we have engaged with funding and community organisations to be there as a backup and as a support in many cases. But again, in the specific that she asked, I will follow up and get back to her.
Here, Sir Jerry Kelly for Newcastle. I call Jerry Kelly.
Good morning, Quillian. Could I ask the Minister, could he give an update on the development of a long-term autism strategy, please?
I thank the member for his questions in regards to the long overdue update on an autism strategy. I'm aware, because of the increase in waiting lists for autism assessments and the distress that this has caused for children and families who are managing challenging circumstances, and the current pandemic has actually exacerbated some of that. So in regards to the specifics of the autism strategy, it is something that we are progressing, and I announced the consultation on that, I believe, a few weeks ago, but I'll get the specifics again in regards to the dates and how to access that to the member in writing.
Jerry Kelly, supplementary for Jerry Kelly.
Would the Minister commit to involving those who have autism, their families, carers, and the wide range of community and voluntary sector groups which would also assist in designing a future autism strategy?
And again, I thank the member for us. As I said, he may be aware that I did recently announce and published an interim autism strategy, and action within that strategy is to implement a new framework of care to deliver a proactive, integrated and streamlined pathway for children and young people across the region, and to provide a range of early intervention approaches and support to meet their needs and that of families and carers. And I'll make sure that that does include service users and those who depend on these services, to make sure there is that level of co-production and co-design.
I think what we have to do is wait until the end of question time for points of order, if that's all right. Thank you. Okay, that concludes topical questions. And members, if we just take our ease until we move to the next question session, which will be with the Minister for Infrastructure. All right. Yep. Well, sorry. No, I mean the end of question time, as in the end of infrastructure questions as well, Colin. The end of the period of question time. Sorry about that. Yeah, you got it. We will now move to questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. Agus níos bogimich go dtí ceistní hiag an éire infrastructure, and I call Mr. Harry Harvey to ask the first question. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'll be question one, Minister, please.
I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to be able to commit funding towards the first tranche of part-time 20 mph speed limits at 103 schools across Northern Ireland. These measures will increase driver awareness, aimed at reducing vehicle speeds outside and near these schools to provide a safer environment for parents, children and staff as they go to and from school on a daily basis. 6 schools within the Ards and North Down Borough Council area were included within the first tranche of part-time 20 mph speed limits at schools programmes, which is currently being rolled out and due for completion in June. Given the restricted budgets for works of this nature, as well as the practicalities of delivery, it was necessary to limit the number of schools in the current programme to around 100. Unfortunately, based on the assessment scores, Grey Abbey Primary School was not ranked as highly as the other schools that were included. However, I do intend to take forward a further tranche of part-time 20 mph speed limits at schools, and can assure the member that Grey Abbey Primary School will be considered for inclusion in this programme. Programmes across all council areas are currently being developed, and I am not therefore in a position at this time to identify what schools in the North Down area might be included.
Can I just ask for clarity? Is the Minister taking question 1 with question 4 as we were pre-notified?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was advised that question number 4 was withdrawn by the Business Office.
Right, well, no, the member's here, so...
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm happy to offer that answer as a grouped answer with your agreement, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Please do, yes, thank you. Is that okay? All right.
That answer I'll offer as the composite answer for both questions, but happy to take the supplementaries.
Just there will be a supplementary given to the member, okay? So I call Harry Harvey for a supplementary.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answers thus far. Minister, what is the total cost to your department to implement these 20 miles per hour limits at schools, considering that the cost of safety cannot be easily measured? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. The budget that I allocated for the rollout of the first tranche was £2 million. While I have yet to make final decisions in terms of the allocation of this year's budget, I am very much committed to the rollout of this scheme, because I believe that many more schools should be included in the 20 miles per hour programme. So certainly that is my intention, and I hope to be in a position to be finalising budgetary details in the very near future.
I call Alex Easton first up for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the Minister knows what I'm going to ask. Minister, can you explain to me why not one school in the North Down constituency has been included in the first tranche? And can you give me a guarantee that Misuse Primary School and Crawfordspring Primary School will be considered for the next tranche? As I have to say, I feel it's very unfair that North Down have missed out.
I thank the member for his question, and he has made a number of representations on this issue, so I realise the importance of it to him. To be fair and objective, the department operated from an assessment framework that is long established, and while it was not possible to extend it to further schools in the member's constituency, I am committed to rolling this out further, and all of the schools, as I've indicated in correspondence with the member, will be considered for inclusion in that programme. And as soon as I'm in a position to be able to confirm the details, I will ensure that the member is made fully aware.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for answers to date. As it happens, I was speaking to the Chair of the Board of Grey Abbey Primary School this morning, who has left me in no doubt about the deep anger within the community about the failure to provide the 20-mile-an-hour zone. The community will note that the Minister to date has committed to nothing further than assessing Grey Abbey for Tranche 2. Could I put it to the Minister that if a process is being seen to take precedence over protecting the children that we are here to look after, that anger will not be dissipated?
I thank the member for his question, and I have received a number of correspondence from the Principal and the Chair of the Board of Governors and other elected representatives in respect of the school, so I certainly understand the frustrations, and I'm advised by my officials that the Principal, for example, has been in correspondence for quite some time, a number of years in fact, with the department. I have offered to meet with the Principal of Grey Abbey Primary School as soon as I can get clarity on the second tranche, because I want to do what we can to extend road safety and improve the safety of all of our children, and that includes the pupils going to and from Grey Abbey Primary School on a daily basis.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. I've been writing to the Department on this issue, and I actually met with your officials on several occasions about the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, and thank you for that. I'm probably the only member that drives past Grey Abbey Primary School every day, several times a day. Grey Abbey Primary School, I would ask, Minister, if the criteria could be reviewed. While Grey Abbey Primary School is on the A20, which is a 30-mile-an-hour zone at that point, there's actually articulated lorries that pass within 2 feet of the school wall. It is an extremely dangerous blind corner where children, to be honest, run across the road with the lollipop person to avoid being run over by many milk lorries and tankers. I would just ask, Minister, that in the second tranche that you consider that the initial tranche Grey Abbey could never have been included in because it's within a 30-mile-an-hour zone, when in actual fact it is one of the most dangerous schools in Northern Ireland.
I thank the member for her question, and I'm happy to give that feedback to my officials in terms of their consideration of the second tranche of funding.
Mayor Liz Kimmins.
Well, good Conor, and thank the Minister for answers so far, and I know it will be no surprise that I'm asking a question on this one. Minister, as you know, a very small number of schools from near Armagh were included in the first tranche, and whilst it is very welcome, can I ask the Minister that any future rollouts will focus on areas that were not covered, so that schools in my constituency like Killian Primary School, St Clair's Abbey, St Joseph's High School may be included? And can you also provide detail on how the Department decides which schools will be included? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question. We had to limit the number of schools in this financial year just past for the practicalities of delivery, and I was very keen that when we set out my ambition around this, we were able to deliver on it, which is why we thought carefully about the 100 schools. I am very committed to continuing the rollout, and we have a departmental assessment framework. I've shared it with a number of members who have corresponded to me on this matter. I think the fact that we now will have it present at 103 schools means that there will be many more schools that will be considered for that, including within your own constituency, and I'm happy to keep you updated. I have no doubt that the member will continue to write to me on this matter as well.
Mayor Cara Hunter, when you cast, I called Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her answers so far. I welcome that you've installed the 20-mile-per-hour speed limits at many of our schools, and that protecting children is a priority for you. With your commitment to do more this year, from a financial perspective, can I ask, have you received enough money from the Finance Minister to facilitate this? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question, and my department has received an increase in capital funds from the 2020-21 opening capital budget. The resource budget is, as always, for my department challenging, and this will have an impact as we seek to deliver on the range of capital projects within the department. As I said, we have had budget allocations across from the Department of Finance. I'm now working with my officials on the details of that to make the specific allocations within my own department. But I want to assure members, I've said since taking up post that road safety was a priority for me. I'm very much aware of the great enthusiasm across the House, but also in communities, to ensure that we're doing much more in terms of school safety, and that's why I remain committed to this project and committed to the further rollout of the 20 miles per hour across many more schools in this new financial year.
Mayor Jerry Carroll, when you cast, I called Jerry Carroll.
Thank you. Question number 2, please.
Day-to-day staffing issues such as temporary promotions are the responsibility of management, not ministers. However, I am aware that temporary promotions are routinely used across the Northern Ireland Civil Service departments as cover for vacant posts where there is a clear business need and no immediate alternative available. Temporary promotions are, as their name suggests, temporary arrangements which are only intended to be in place until a permanent appointment can be made. At the end of February, my department had 159 temporary promotions in place from a workforce of 2,973 staff. This represents 5% of the workforce and is below the Northern Ireland Civil Service average of 9%. Indeed, my department has the lowest percentage of temporary promotions in place across the Northern Ireland Civil Service. The Department for Infrastructure Departmental Board regularly monitors the number of temporary promotions across the department. My officials are also working with the Civil Service Human Resources to do what is required to fill all avoidable vacancies as quickly as possible.
Case Darlene Tach, Jerry Carroll.
Minister for her answer, and I think I note the figures she gave, but obviously it's still too high in many people's opinions. Has the Minister or her department carried out any research or work into the impact of temporary promotion on staff in her department, including on the retention of workforce, staff, mental health and wellbeing? Because many will think that if they are fit for a temporary promotion, why not a permanent one? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question, and as I said, these are matters that are dealt with on management's side as opposed to the ministerial side. But of course, as a minister, I very much care for the health and well-being of my department's staff. I'm not aware of any research that has taken place. That doesn't mean that it hasn't, but I'm happy to take the issue away, discuss it with my officials, and provide the member with an update.
Cathal Boylan, question Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answers. Minister, I understand that vacancies have affected delivery of service, including across the road service. At a committee recently, you said you recognise the importance of improving rural roads, and a 2019 audit report called for the structure and maintenance budget to be more fairly allocated across the rural road network. So my question would be, will the Minister commit to greater coverage of rural roads network within the structure and maintenance budget, and also cover those vacancies to deliver that programme?
I thank the member for his question. On the issue of vacancies, at the end of March 21, the department had 2,991 staff in post and 418 vacancies. It's important to point out that of these vacancies, 86 were industrial posts and 332 were non-industrial, so administrative and part-time grades as well. We are working hard to ensure that we can fulfil affordable vacancies as quickly as possible. On the issue of structural maintenance, the member will be aware that I had set up a Rural Roads Fund in the previous financial year, had allocated £10 million to that. I recognise the importance of trying to address regional imbalance across the north, but also recognising the state of some of our rural roads and the impact that that has on local communities and businesses. Although I have yet to finalise my budget for this new financial year, I appreciate the importance of rural roads and a significant improvement of those. So I remain committed to a Rural Roads Fund. The consideration that I have now is how much money I'll be allocating to that. But my intention would be that certainly there wouldn't be any reduction in the Rural Roads Fund in this new financial year.
Dolores Kelly for Newcastle. I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, whilst we all recognise that many civil servants have been working very hard throughout the pandemic, nonetheless, in a recent court judgment, there was a damning indictment of civil servants within your department, which I hasten to add predated your tenure as Minister. I just wonder, do you share my concerns on what actions will be taken as a consequence?
I thank the member for her question. The Court of Appeal finding that the member refers to relates to a procurement competition run in 2015. The court found that there was a manifest error in the department's approach to the award of multiple term-type contracts across Northern Ireland. I am advised that the procurement process for these contracts has been amended significantly since 2015. In 2018, the Road Centre of Procurement Expertise was re-accredited through a rigorous external assessment examination. But as a member says, this ruling is a cause of concern, certainly is a cause of concern for me. And as a Minister now in post, I obviously want to understand what happened here, how it happened, and what steps have been taken to ensure that it can never occur again. That's why I met with my Permanent Secretary after the ruling, and I am now considering the next steps.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. No.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her responses thus far. As the Minister is aware, that she's got a significantly increased capital budget for this financial year, but the resource budget is largely standstill. Is the Minister confident that she'll be able to deliver upon that capital budget and the allocations made, particularly in relation to the human resources within her department? I'm conscious of, for example, Cattle Boylan's already raised the roads resurfacing. I have a list the length of my arm in terms of roads that need tackled in North Down. If you've got the money, will you be able to spend it?
I thank the member for his question, and he is right to point out that there is the capital budget, and we can do a lot with the capital budget in this financial year, but of course that requires an accompanying resource budget, and the resource budget allocation is a real-time cut when you consider inflation. So the truth is that it will be challenging, but I want to assure the member that this is very much on my radar. I have been meeting with my Permanent Secretary and senior officials as well to ensure that we have measures in place so that we can maximise our capacity and deliver on the schemes right across Northern Ireland, given the capital investment that we have at our disposal this financial year.
Here, Mayor John O'Dowd for Newcastle. I call John O'Dowd.
Question number 3, please.
I thank the member for his question. I know this is an issue that he has raised with me on a number of occasions. And as previously stated, my officials are currently developing a new suite of transport plans, and the Regional Strategic Transport Network Transport Plan, referred to as the RSTNTP, and it's in the first in the line for completion. This will set out future investment and improvement for our strategic transport networks by road, rail and bus, and reflect my commitment to improving connectivity for the benefit of our economy and communities across the north. Travel by rail is an issue that I feel very passionately about, and I am ambitious in terms of what we can do to deliver better rail connectivity. Since coming into office, I have been clear that my priority is addressing regional imbalance, better connecting communities, and importantly ensuring that we shape our places around our people, for our people and with our people. So I was delighted to recently announce with the Transport Minister, Eamon Ryan TD, an all-island strategic rail review. And this review will allow us to consider our rail network across this island to view how we can improve it for everyone. Officials are working together to progress this. And in addition to that, in respect of the strategic transport plan, my intention is to publish that for public consultation later this year. I recognise the potential which additional rail halts on our rail network could provide to areas such as Craigavon, and I would encourage the member, when he is responding to the consultation, to reflect his views so that we consider that as we shape our rail services in particular going forward.
John O'Dowd. Thank the Minister, and I have raised it with you several times just to keep it in your head when it comes to the conclusion of the report. But would the Minister agree with me if the only outworkings of the Belfast to Dublin high-speed rail link or the Belfast Economic Dublin Corridor, or the most recent report you have published, is that we get people into Belfast quicker or into Dublin quicker, and we miss out on providing economic opportunities to those people along the railway line, then it's a missed opportunity in total.
I share the member's analysis on this, and I think him and I have exchanged before on seeing transport as a key driver of regeneration in communities. Of course, when you want to expand rail, there's reality of budgetary constraints as well. But I think that the wonderful thing about the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review is, yes, it's looking at enhancements to the existing rail network, but it's also looking at opportunities to expand and to see rail as the regeneration catalyst that it is. So I would be hopeful that bringing all of these strands of work together, that we can see better connectivity when it comes to rail in communities right across the island.
Dolores Kelly I called Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I join my upper band colleague in promoting the central area of Craigavon as a suitable location for a rail halt. And I welcome the Minister's commitment and Translink's commitment to the improvements at Lurgan railway station. But Minister, in terms of integrated travel, there is a lack of integration between the bus and the rail at times. So I just wonder, in terms of the huge manufacturing base that we have within the central area, in terms of dialogue with your Economy Minister colleague at the Executive, what consultation or what information is shared between ministers to look at both these areas?
I thank the member for her question, and the Regional Strategic Transport Network Plan that I'll be going out to consult on later this year is about looking at our road, our bus and our rail up to 2035. So that will provide an important opportunity for all of us to feed into that process and to help shape it. And I am committed to working with all of my executive colleagues as we try to deliver on our programme for government commitments. The member is right to talk about the importance of transport corridors with economic growth, about business links, and that's why I'm very pleased that one of the strands of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review will be to look at rail connectivity to our international gateways, so that's our ports and our airports as well, because we recognise the important role that transport corridors have to play in terms of growing the economy, but also in terms of tackling the climate emergency.
Roy Beggs.
The Minister's answer to date has been focused on road, rail and bus. But would the Minister acknowledge that to have a successful integrated transport system, we also need to have effective park and ride schemes and a network of both walking and cycling routes?
I absolutely would agree with the member on that, and I can see his conversion that's happening with Mr Beggs, which is great to see. No, in all seriousness, park and rides are really important, which is why, as part of my Blue-Green Fund, we are advancing a number of park and rides across Northern Ireland. You're absolutely right that it is about improving and strengthening our public transport network, but we have to be encouraging people to take that shift out of their private car onto active travel and to public transport, and in order to do that you have to give people choice. So we need to make sure that we have safe active travel infrastructure for people. We need to make sure that we have an inclusive, accessible and attractive public transport network, and so I was pleased to be able to meet with the member and others at the Cycling APG very recently to share some of the progress in terms of the work that my department is taking in this area, and I very much appreciate the support from across the House in trying to progress this agenda.
Can we bring Fra McCann onto the screens, please? My Fra Kesht Fuhanya Fra McCann. Question for Fra McCann.
Minister, Kesht Question 5.
Since my announcement in October recommending planning approval for the redevelopment of Casement Park, my officials continue to make considerable progress towards issuing the final planning decision. Departmental officials have been working at pace to progress the required planning agreement, which must be in place before the final planning decision can issue. The Departmental Solicitor's Office and the GAA's legal team remain in regular contact in respect of the details of the planning agreement, and both parties are keen to reach agreement as soon as possible. I look forward to the final planning decision issuing for this project, as I am of the view that the project will give a real boost to sport across our island, the local economy, and finally give the GAA its home in Ulster.
Ceist Darlene Tachig from McCann, supplementary question.
Go roll my August, Minister. The Minister will be aware of the importance that the Casement Park project has for the West Belfast community and for wider Gaels in Ulster. Can the Minister give an indication as to when we can expect the final planning decision so this highly anticipated investment can be finally proceed? She knows how people have been waiting for years and years for this decision, and hopefully it can be made shortly, but it can only be done when people have an indication when that can be.
I thank the member for his question, and I agree with him that this will be an economic driver for the local economy in West Belfast, Greater Belfast as well, I actually think, and also will give a real boost to sport and all of the benefits that come with that. I want to assure the member that my officials are working at pace to progress this. It's of course right that we progress it at pace, but we do so properly, and my officials and I are committed to ensuring that all of the statutory processes are correctly completed and that they are correctly completed in the quickest possible time frame.
Thank you.
I call William Humphrey.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister what meetings has the Minister officials had with Moira residents group around the Casement Park area, and can she enlighten the House of what the outcome of those meetings was?
I thank the member for his question. My decision to recommend planning approval for the new stadium at Casement Park on the 13th of October followed a comprehensive assessment of the planning application by my planning officials, including extensive consultation with the relevant statutory consultees and the public. As Minister, I took all issues into consideration and all of the different views that were represented. I appreciate that this is not the decision that some local residents wanted, but I have previously explained the reasons why I arrived at the conclusion that I did. In doing that, I haven't had any meetings with residents, but as I say, I have closely examined and very carefully considered the representations of all those who have made representations in respect of this planning application.
I call Dr. Steve Aiken.
Please.
I can confirm to the member that I received a letter from the office of Sammy Wilson MP on the 11th of February of this year, endorsed by the 8 DUP Members of Parliament. The letter outlined strong support for the delivery of planning approval for the proposal and asked that I make a quick determination on the application. I received further communication from Paul Girvan MP on the 1st of April to clarify that this letter did not represent his views on the proposal and that his view is and remains that my department must make a decision on this application to bring this matter to a conclusion. And he asked that the department update its record to ensure that this view on the application is properly reflected.
Supplementary for Dr. Steve Aiken.
And may I thank the Minister for her answer so far, but I'm sure the Minister is as confused as I am by what the MP for South Antrim actually said. But would the Minister confirm that from the representations from the Council, councillors, many elected representatives across the entire region and not just South Antrim, that the opposition to the Hightown incinerator that many, including myself, has referred to as RHI2 continues? And we would like to see this incinerator brought to conclusion rapidly so that we can bin this ridiculous project.
In respect of the member's question, this has been an application of huge interest. There are in excess of 5,200 letters of objection associated with the application, with around 160 letters of support. And the member will appreciate that within planning there are proper processes to be followed, and that is what is occurring in this case, as in all cases. As soon as my officials are in a position to be able to make a recommendation to me, I will ensure that they do so.
Jerry Kelly for a question.
And it's not often I might agree with Steve Egan, but he has described it exactly as I would have. And I suppose just to ask the Minister, would you agree with me that the assessment, the actual amount of waste which would be necessary in terms of the capacity that's been talked about here doesn't exist?
I thank the member for his question. The question of the need for the facility is a matter for the applicant and DAERA. Given the passage of time and in light of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, my department has asked DAERA for an update on a statement of need in the context of the proposed development and of the strategic and long-term needs for waste management and their circular economy in the north. A response is waited from DAERA on this issue. However, the need for the facility is a key material planning matter for my planning officers to consider when making a recommendation to me on the application.
Very brief question for Mr. Allister.
It's ridiculous to have waited for over 7 years for a decision in this planning application. And meanwhile, councils cannot meet properly their statutory obligations, and we are exporting waste around the world to be incinerated and dumped elsewhere. How is that helping clean up our world?
I thank the member for his question, and I am keen to bring a resolution to this long-standing application for all involved. But if a sound decision is to be reached, it is important the planning process is completed correctly. The necessary administrative processes are currently being undertaken, including requesting consultation advice from the necessary interested bodies and public authorities. I can assure the member that once all processes have been undertaken, my officials will make a recommendation to me.
And that concludes the period of topical questions, and we now move to that concludes the written questions. We now move to the topical questions. Question number 1 from Mr. Doug Beattie has been withdrawn, so therefore I call Mr. William Humphrey.
And, thank you, Minister, for an answer so far. Recently, Minister, my court councillor colleagues and I met with the Housing Executive in Belfast City Council with regard to Harmony Lane. There's considerable problems there in terms of considerable illegal dumping, pollution of the river, antisocial behaviour, illegal traffic, including lorries across a bridge that isn't regulated or checked, and drug dealing. Considerable criminality happening. Your department has been singularly unhelpful in terms of blocking off this lane. Can I ask the Minister why that is?
I thank the member for his question, and he has highlighted a number of difficulties and problems there that would fall across a number of statutory agencies. My department, DAERA, given there's fly tipping, the PSNI, given that there is drug taking, the council, and in fact the Lord Mayor of Belfast had written to my department on this matter, and my officials are engaging with him. I'm happy to get an update on the latest position and to provide that to the member.
Supplementary for Mr.
Thank you very much. Humphrey. I think it's my understanding there's been no responses yet to the Lord Mayor. This morning, my party colleague, the DAERA Minister Edmund Poots, visited the site with my council colleagues and local residents. The Minister has agreed to convene a multi-agency roundtable discussion, including the departments the Minister mentions and the police. Can the Minister assure this House and me and my constituents living in the Glenside area that her department will play an active role in that roundtable discussion and multi-agency meeting?
I can assure the member that my department proactively engages in a range of multi-agency meetings right across Northern Ireland. My officials work and live in their communities. They care deeply for them, and they are considerably proactive in trying to address the problems that are multifaceted that are visiting many of our communities across the north. So, as my department has always done, my department will continue to proactively engage and will certainly participate in the multi-agency meetings that the member has referred to.
Can we bring Sinead McLaughlin onto the screens, please? Hashtag Sinead McLaughlin. Question for Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
As a Minister in the Executive, can I ask, does the Minister share my concerns at the situation unfolding concerning the Chief Executive of Mid-Antrim and East Antrim Council, who authored an extremely contentious letter to the UK Government under advice and direction from the DUP MPs?
Before the Minister answers, the Minister, of course, will be aware that there's currently an inquiry ongoing through one of the committees, that's the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee at the moment, around matters related to some disclosures on the withdrawal of staff from the Port of Larne.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I do have some very serious concerns about what appears to be happening in this instance. As the member, or as Mr Deputy Speaker has said, I'm also aware that this matter is subject to an inquiry by the Environment and Agricultural Committee, and I have no doubt that members will have real concerns with what has emerged in recent days. What I would say in this instance is that I think one of the key questions that many people have is who is the Chief Executive of Mid and East Antrim Council acting on behalf of? Is it the council members or a consortium of DUP MPs?
Sinead McLaughlin, supplementary for Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer, and it's clear that you're as concerned as I am. Does the Minister agree with me that whether it's this issue or the DUP's own minister messing about in other issues, the DUP is the common factor here? Whether they agree or not with the protocol, they have to fulfil their legal duties.
I thank the member for her supplementary question. The Northern Ireland Protocol is a legally binding obligation, and all ministers are required to fulfil their legal responsibilities. Certainly, in terms of my own party, we have put forward a proposal that we take a twin-track approach to the issues around the protocol, so we work together to find solutions, pragmatic solutions to the difficulties that have emerged, but also at the same time work to maximise the opportunities that are there for our economy and for our communities, given the uniqueness of the situation that Northern Ireland finds itself in. Of course, I will continue as Minister to fulfil all of my legal obligations in this regard, and I'm very much committed to working with all executive colleagues to ensure that we get the best possible outcomes for the people of Northern Ireland.
Sir Melissa McHugh, for when you cashed, I call Melissa McHugh for a question.
Minister, in relation to unadopted roads, and I'm sure that applies to every single constituency throughout the north of Ireland, what, in fact, are you doing there to address that issue in relation to unadopted roads?
I thank the member for his question. My department holds information on roads within private developments that are determined for adoption, and we manage the adoption of the road infrastructure through the private streets determination process. Unadopted private street sites are at various stages of progress, ranging from planning permission recently granted to those that are largely complete. There are currently approximately 67 unadopted streets in the Old Strabane Council area, and my officials continue to inspect these sites and engage with developers to encourage them to bring the infrastructure to the required standard for adoption.
Melissa McHugh, supplementary question for Melissa McHugh.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. But in addition, because of the impact that they actually have, say, within communities and that as well too, what strategy are you actually adopting there in terms of, say, even enforcement and the likes of it, to ensure that these roads are brought up to a standard that will facilitate people even to have something as simple as their bins collected?
Thank the member for the question, and this is an issue in communities who are experiencing this. As I say, my official works with developers to try to get the completion of developments, but where required, the Department will also not shy away from taking enforcement and from taking legal action, given the importance of this issue to communities right across Northern Ireland.
Jerry Kelly, question for Jerry Kelly.
Could I ask the Minister to give an update on phase 2 of the glider scheme, which, as you know, involves North Belfast?
I thank the member for his question. And again, this is about providing attractive and inclusive and accessible public transport options for people. It's important, particularly given the climate emergency, and so the BRT2 scheme is an important element of this. I can advise the member that DFI teams, along with consultants Atkins, are continuing to actively work remotely on the development of this project, which is also a Belfast Region City Deal infrastructure project. A feasibility and options appraisal is currently being developed, and I hope to be in a position to consider its outcome shortly. An interim outline business case for the Belfast Rapid Transit 2 project was forwarded to the Belfast Region City Deal Executive Board on the 12th of August.
Jerry Kelly. A supplementary question for Jerry Kelly.
And I thank the Minister for a comprehensive closing down my second question. But can I ask her, in terms of the route, is there any more detail on the route option and the indicative timeline which you touched upon just there now, but to say, you know, this is something which would be very welcome in terms of the addition to the green economy and green recovery following the pandemic?
I thank the member for his question. In respect of the routes, officials are working through options, but I want to assure the member that we will be going out to consult on the options for North Belfast and for South Belfast, and I would encourage businesses in North Belfast and South, residents and elected reps, to be feeding into that consultation process so that we can arrive at the best outcome in terms of the preferred route going forward.
Sinead Ennis. A question for Sinead Ennis.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Minister for an update on the Narrow Water Bridge project?
I thank the member for her question. The Narrow Water Bridge project is a project of huge importance in terms of the locality and boosting the local economy, but it also will greatly enhance the tourism offering as well in the region. It is a commitment in New Decade, New Approach, and I recently met with both councils in the area to hear their views, to reaffirm them of my commitment to the project. Work is ongoing around options, and I have gave a commitment to go back down to visit both councils again to give them a progress report in the summer. I think it's very important that we continue to work to advance this project. I think it's particularly pertinent in the context of Brexit as well, and so I remain committed to working with Minister Ryan, but also with the Taoiseach's office, very mindful of the Shared Island Fund, so that we can move this project forward, because people have been waiting a very, very long time in seeing this realised.
Sinead Ennis. Supplementary question for Sinead Ennis.
And I thank the Minister for her continued commitment to the bridge, and she knows that I never miss an opportunity to raise it with her, because as she has said, the massive boost it will be in terms of the connectivity around the loch for counties Down and Louth, for the economy, and of course for tourism. Can the Minister advise whether, when she goes back to meet with the councils, both Louth and Newry, Mourne and Down, will she be in a position to present the options that are being discussed between yourself and your counterpart, Minister Ryan, and how soon after those options, or a final option, is settled upon, how soon after that does the Minister anticipate that we will actually see boots on the ground and ground broken in terms of starting the actual construction of Narrow Water Bridge? Thank you.
I thank the member for her question and her steadfast commitment for this project. We are due to discuss Narrow Water Bridge at the rescheduled NSMC Transport Sectoral meeting, which has been rescheduled for early May, and so that will give me an opportunity to discuss this specific project with my ministerial counterpart, Eamon Ryan. I very much have gave a commitment to both councils in the area that when I go down in the summer I want to be giving a progress report, and so hopefully after we have the Transport Sectoral meeting, and then when we have the full NSMC meeting in the summer, Mr Deputy Speaker, we'll have a much clearer picture in terms of how we take this project forward.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. To ask the Minister for Infrastructure what investigation she has carried out following the breach of security last Friday evening, Saturday morning at Castle Barracks, Enniskillen, a section of which is occupied by the DFI, who also control the use of the flagpole.
So I thank the member for her question. The member is referring to an incident where a tricolour was put up on DFI property at the DBA. Action was taken very quickly by our facilities staff and the flag was taken down.
Quick supplementary for Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. This is an area of historical and architectural significance in Enniskillen. What added security will you be putting in place to ensure that there's no breach in the future?
Thank the member for her supplementary. I'm not aware of an incident like this having taken place before, but certainly I will ask my officials to look into it because it's important that we understand how this happened and if required additional measures will be taken. But I do want to put on record my appreciation for the swift action of DFI staff in ensuring that things were taken down, it was restored to normality.
Members, that concludes question time, and I invite members. Yes, point of order, Mr. Gildennew.
Can I ask the Speaker to look at the language that was used by Mr Thomas Buchanan in the chamber earlier in relation to his question to the Minister? And I have informed Mr Buchanan that I will be raising this point of order. During his question, Mr Buchanan referred to members of this House advocating premeditated murder. I believe, given the sensitivity of this subject, that language is inaccurate, it's inappropriate, and I believe could and will cause untold harm to people who are struggling with these situations and who are accessing services to which they are legally entitled.
Yeah, I appreciate the member for raising that point with us. We're all responsible individually for the use of moderating and sensitive language in this chamber, and indeed without it. But I will reflect on that and I will pass it on to the Speaker for his deliberation. Thank you.
Members, we now return to the second stage of the Horse Racing Amendment Bill, and I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Chairperson. This bill has been brought forward to make minor amendments to the Horse Racing Northern Ireland Order 1990 to reflect the recent change in the named operator at Down Royal Racecourse and to amend accordingly. Making this change will allow for the reinstatement of payments to both Down Royal and the racecourse at Downpatrick, because the payments to Downpatrick were suspended because paying one racecourse and not the other could potentially have created an unfair competition in the market. The fund which provides these payments is made up from a levy collected from licensed bookmakers since 1961 and administered by the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. It was established to provide financial support to horse racing at Northern Ireland's 2 racecourses because of the decline in revenue, such as the gate receipts, as it was no longer necessary to actually attend a race to place a bet. These payments are used towards the cost of ensuring that there's adequate safety measures in place for the spectators and the riders. There are improved technical and personnel and services in place to ensure proper operation of the races. However, there are more issues in relation to online gambling in relation to horse racing, which is something that will have to be considered at another time, but not in this bill at the moment. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, and can I thank the Minister for the explanatory introduction of this earlier today. On behalf of Alliance, I can say that we are content with the proposed amendment to the horse racing order to amend the name and the beneficiaries of the fund so that the current operators of Down Royal Racecourse are eligible for support. We recognise also that this is an outstanding and necessary measure that the Minister had to take. Speaking separately as a member of the Assembly's ERA Committee, I am acutely aware of the significant impact COVID-19 has had on income streams for the horse racing industry and for bookmakers. I welcome the Department's consideration of this in its amendment to the 1990 order. Amending the 1990 order as proposed will ensure that support is available under the fund to both current Northern Ireland racecourses and will enable the resumption of payments from the fund and support the industry in recovery from the impact of the pandemic. I do, however, remain hopeful that a future review of this legislation will consider the remit of the fund in respect of the numbers and types of sports as well as venues which can receive support, and I hope the Minister can respond positively in that regard later today. Additionally, Deputy Speaker, I recognise the opportunity that the discussion presents for review of gambling legislation and to move the responsibility for the fund to sit alongside responsibility for gambling and sport. I welcome the Department for Communities' consultation on the regulation of gambling in Northern Ireland and look forward to seeing further progress on this matter and indeed specific legislation to protect people as much as is possible, particularly on the issues around addiction. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Alliance Party, I support the proposal to amend the horse race in Northern Ireland order.
I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am happy to support this amendment bill at second stage reading and before members today. It is evident that given the difficulties that have been met by Down Royal over recent times, amendments to the legislation are urgently required. The changes provided for within Clause 1 will amend Article 2 of the 1990 order definition of horse racecourse operator to include Downpatrick Race Club and Down Royal Park Racecourse Limited. These are current operators of the racecourses at Down Royal and Downpatrick. I note there is broad support for the legislation from respondents to the consultation undertaken by the Department, inclusive of the local authority for the area, Lisburn and Castlereagh Borough Council. I welcome the flexibility within the legislation at Clause 1 in terms of the future definition of a horse racecourse operator, which will allow amendments to be made by resolution with the approval of the Assembly moving forward. There should, of course, be an opportunity to reflect on the general merits of the legislation moving forward. There have been calls to extend support for greyhound courses and other businesses connected with racecourses which are not directly involved in horse racing. This must be balanced against the wider societal impact of on and off course racing as well as online gambling. These issues cannot be viewed in isolation, and we must be mindful of the wider implications of change. It is my understanding that the Department for Communities, which has responsibility for gambling legislation, is currently considering a wide-ranging review of that legislation, and I would urge the Department to work collaboratively. Cross-departmental cooperation will continue to be crucial toward ensuring policies toward competitive sport, business activity and gambling are fair and balanced moving forward. Mr Speaker, as a result of the express text of the 1990 order, both Down Royal and Downpatrick have been able to avail of support for some time. Action is required to rectify this situation, particularly given the impact of COVID on these businesses. More generally, it is clear that the intention of the current legislation should be honoured in good faith. As such, I support the amendment bill and thank the Minister for bringing it today. Thank you.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And while this piece of legislation has moved through this Assembly quite quickly, and I do not sit on the committee that scrutinise it, I do have some concerns at this stage that I want to ask the Minister to address as best as he can. This legislation is being presented as a minor technical change to allow the new owners of the Down Royal racecourse to avail of a system of funding that has been in place for decades. However, it appears to me, and indeed some who have responded to the consultation, that the outworkings of this bill would or could further deregulate funding in an industry that is in need of more regulation. By my reading, this bill would allow a fully commercial and for-profit firm owned by the Dublin-based Miriam Property Group to avail of subsidy based on taxation of other companies and often smaller traders. And whatever the purpose of this bill in past decades, I believe this amendment would be a change in direction, much more so than just a technical tweak. And my worry, Mr Speaker, is that this will open the door to a worse problem whereby big businesses will be able to avail freely of a state-directed subsidy in order to maximise their own profit. And this industry is already known for questionable practices regarding gambling and animal rights. And as anyone who knows anything about the gambling industry will tell you, the bookie always wins, not the punter. Mr Speaker, it's always working-class people and poor people who lose out in the gambling industry, at times in very devastating ways. And when we consider the impact of gambling addiction in our society, clearly there is a greater need for tighter regulation, whereas this bill, we see deregulation of funding and those who stand to make a profit off gambling gaining even more. And in light of all that, Mr Speaker, I find it disappointing that the Minister and the committee seem to have agreed to plough ahead with this amendment when another option was on the table, which would have conducted a fundamental review to explore further future options ahead. And in the context of a pandemic, when large businesses have availed of significant government money, when smaller businesses, traders and workers have suffered comparatively, it simply isn't good enough, in my opinion, to say we don't have time to complete such a review. So I would find it very difficult to support this legislation going forward without a better explanation for not conducting a proper review and without a proper explanation of how this legislation could guarantee that a for-profit organisation isn't set to further line their pockets with this subsidy. So for that reason, I look forward from some clarity from the Minister. Thank you.
Now call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Can I thank the members who have spoken on this today and for the widespread support across the House for the legislation to move to the next stage. I appreciate the points that have been raised by various members. Some members raised the issue of dog tracks and their ability to draw down funding of this nature, which isn't available at this moment in time. And this is really picking up on what was previously available through previous legislation, which ceased to happen after the sale of one of the racecourses, and consequently both racecourses lost out. We didn't think that that would be the case, but then in 2019 we were informed, because of state aid issues from the European Union, that Downpatrick would also lose out, as well as the Down Royal. Now, the consequence of it, and Mr Carroll raises the issue of gambling per se, and it's not a pursuit that I have ever engaged in, and don't understand, frankly, those who do engage in it, because I know it can be very addictive, but the bookmaker always wins ultimately. But in essence, it is a bookmaker who's actually going to be paying this, not anybody else. And that will ensure that the industry that is entirely different from the gambling side of it, that is the keeping of horses, and having high standards for those horses to participate in, providing the appropriate support and all of that there happens, and that industry of equestrianism is maintained. So that is the situation in that respect. It is not something that we can conflate with the whole issues around gambling, because that is being dealt with by a separate department, and that is the Department for Communities, who have the responsibility for gambling and for gambling legislation. And I really do think that it does need to be addressed and renewed. I know that my colleague Jim Shannon was one of the lead people who brought to the attention of the Westminster Parliament the issue of the one-armed bandits, which were in many of the bookmakers, where people lost massive amounts of money, and thankfully he had some success in bringing that situation forward. So, whilst I respect what Mr Carroll says, this is not the appropriate legislation in terms of dealing with it. That is legislation that needs to be brought forward by the Minister for Communities. I do recognise that more fundamental review of legislation, indeed this fund, is necessary, and that review needs to deal with a wide range of very complex matters, and members have raised a number of them today, and as of necessity will take place over a longer time frame, and that's why I was bringing the bill forward to basically lift what was there and make it able to continue. And I'll ensure that the matters raised today but not covered in the bill, such as an extension beyond the current implications, are included in the scope of a future review so that they can be addressed. And I and my officials look forward to working closely with the ERA Committee as they begin the more detailed and important scrutiny of the bill. I commend the bill to the House.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Horse Racing Amendment Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments.
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on academic selection and the transfer test. I will ask the clerk to read the motion. Please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the recent publication of Ulster University's Transforming Education research paper on academic selection and the transfer test. Further notes that this is yet another report which outlines the psychological harm that academic selection causes to children, acknowledges the finding within the report that there is little evidence that social mobility is increased by academic selection, agrees with the conclusion articulated in the report that the current arrangements for school transfer at age 11 are damaging the life chances of a large proportion of the school population, and calls on the Minister of Education to act in the interests of children and the wider education system by ending the use of academic selection as a means of determining post-primary transfer.
Thank you, and I call Pat Sheehan to move the motion.
Moved, Cian Corlett.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. One amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list. Please open the debate on the motion. Mr. Sheehan.
Cian Corlett, and from the outset can I say that we will also be supporting the amendment to this motion. And this debate comes on the back of the publication of Ulster University's Transforming Education research paper on academic selection and the transfer test. And this is the latest in a long line of reports and research that outlines the psychological harm that academic selection causes to children. The research also debunks the argument that academic selection leads to greater social mobility. The report tells us that there would seem to be little evidence that social mobility is increased by academic selection, and there's considerable evidence that it generally does not happen. In fact, it goes on to say the evidence overwhelmingly indicates that current arrangements for school transfer at 11 years of age contributes to the social and financial costs of a stressful process that serves to benefit a few generally already privileged pupils while damaging the life chances of a large proportion of the school population. I know there are many in this chamber who went through the grammar sector, and I'm aware that some of them who come from relatively disadvantaged working class backgrounds attribute the life chances they've had to the education and experience that they enjoyed in grammar schools. And I respect that position, but they were the lucky ones, because they were among the less than 40% of 11-year-olds who passed the transfer test and were accepted into schools of their choice. Unfortunately, the flip side of that is that more than 60% of children failed the transfer test. The other side of the academic selection coin is academic rejection. And this rejection falls mostly on children from a disadvantaged background. According to the report, the odds of a child securing a place at grammar school are 5 times less if they are entitled to free school meals compared to all other children. To those on the opposite benches who had a positive experience of the transfer test and academic selection, can I ask how many youngsters, particularly boys, from the Shankill or Sandy Row or other unionist working class districts are currently attending grammar schools? Much has been said over the past few years about underachievement among working class Protestant boys, and this has been highlighted by many members of this Assembly. And I would ask members to again look at the evidence. Underachievement among this cohort of boys is not the result of their religion, but rather because of their working class and disadvantaged backgrounds. Catholic boys from a similar socio-economic background suffer very similar levels of underachievement. Academic selection does not serve either Catholic or Protestant working class children well. The transfer test acts as a filter for social selection. Well-off children go to one type of school, poor children get what is left. And that's not to say that non-grammar schools are bad schools, but again the evidence shows that when you end up with high concentrations of poverty in many schools, which is what happens when you have a selective education system, then these schools will struggle. And this research evidence goes back many years. The Coleman report of 1966 and all research since tells us that the most powerful predictor of academic achievement is the socio-economic status of the child's family. The second most important predictor is the socio-economic status of the child's classmates. Quite simply, when children from disadvantaged backgrounds are concentrated in the same schools, then disadvantage is reinforced. The OECD has consistently argued for a better social mix of pupils within schools as a way to boost the educational performance of disadvantaged students. Learning in socially mixed classrooms where students from different backgrounds communicate their different experiences and perspectives encourages students to think in more complex ways. The evidence shows that high levels of social integration in schools creates a win-win situation in which disadvantaged students, as well as the high flyers, all benefit, with increased educational attainment being the outcome. Positive peer role models are a vital component of any education system. Of course, some will argue about our results at GCSE and A-level, that they're consistently better than students' results across the water in England and Wales. And be that as it may, but focusing on that aspect ignores the long tail of underachievement. In 2015, the well-known and respected educationalist Sir Bob Salisbury, who many in this place will be familiar with, he has done a lot of work previously in education here in the North and with the Education Committee. Bob Salisbury told the Policy Forum for NI that the achievement gap here is the widest in Europe. He reported that no schools in England had such poor achievement as the lowest achieving schools here in the North. So the Minister needs to start a process that leads to improved educational outcomes. And he should begin by setting aside his own ideological support for academic selection and look at the evidence instead. Read this report. It tells us that selection does not raise achievement across the system and may be one of the main contributors to the long tail of underachievement in NI. There is no other area of public policy that has so much academic and research evidence stacked against it. The evidence couldn't be clearer, and that is why so many are opposed to using academic selection for 11-year-old children. And let me just list a few. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, the Equality Commission, the Human Rights Commission, the Children's Commissioner, the OECD, the Trade Union Movement, and the Catholic Hierarchy. It beggars belief that the Education Minister here would want to continue with this failed and discredited policy of selection. It's time to stop defending the indefensible. Underachievement doesn't just happen. It's the inevitable outcome of a policy that brands 60% of children as failures. The Ulster University report highlighted the negative impact on the self-esteem of those who failed to gain a place in grammar school, and how that trauma was often carried into adulthood, even by those in their 60s. Yes, I'll give way.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. Just for clarity, could the member inform the House, is he calling for the abolition of grammar schools?
No, I'm not calling for the abolition of grammar schools. I'm calling for the abolition of academic selection, which is a completely distinct thing altogether. Of course, there are other costs associated with underachievement other than just the personal cost to children. People who leave school without educational qualifications are more likely to end up in the criminal justice system. It's the rest of the population that pays for that, and are more likely to end up in chronic ill health, another cost to our health service. So, in conclusion, there's been a considerable amount of commentary about integrated education over the last number of weeks. If we're going to talk about a really integrated system, it should not just be based on religion or community background. It must also take account of the socio-economic status of children and a proper integration of our whole education system. That can never happen while academic selection is persisted with. It's time to end it now and create an education system that gives all our children the opportunity to realise their potential, rather than end up on the scrap heap of failure.
Moved.
Thank you. We will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate, Mr. McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As SDLP Education spokesperson, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate today, and I know that the issues surrounding transfer tests here in Northern Ireland are both controversial and divisive, but it is important that we are here today to have a mature and considered debate on this issue, given the huge failings we have all witnessed in the current system. The SDLP believe it is imperative that pupils, parents and schools have clarity for the future, especially given the impact the current pandemic is having on education in its entirety. Before moving into the details of the motion and the proposed amendment tabled by the SDLP, I would like to take this opportunity to put on record, Mr. Speaker, my appreciation for the many teachers and school staff who have gone back into classrooms and schools across Northern Ireland in the last few weeks. Despite working in intolerable conditions and being in uncharted waters, I think it's important to put on record our solid appreciation for our teaching and non-teaching staff across all schools. They are doing a fantastic job, and I wish them well in the weeks and months ahead. I do believe, Mr. Speaker, it is important to put on record, especially in the context of today's debate, that I fully appreciate, acknowledge and respect all parents who are pushing for the betterment of their children's education and future prospects. Today's debate should not target those parents, rather it should acknowledge their effort in manoeuvring what unfortunately is a transfer test mechanism that is the only game in town at present. These parents need to be commended here today and not vilified or shamed for wanting the best possible outcomes for their children, and that is something I think everyone in this House will agree. Over the past year, the pandemic has had a major impact on education and on children's learning opportunities and educational attainment. We are still not out of the woods yet, and there is still a huge amount of work needed to ensure that the current cohort of children do not become the generation that lost out, through no fault of their own. Mr. Speaker, the SDLP believe at its core that academic selection is grossly unfair and in major need of an overhaul. We have consistently called for this, and it remains deeply disappointing that in 2021 the North and this executive have continually failed to bring forward reform that would better the educational outcomes for all of our children. I have, as SDLP spokesperson for education, consistently called on the Minister to intervene on transfer tests, especially given the events which have happened over the last year, but it remains disappointing that those requests have fallen on deaf ears, as the Minister has continued to defend academic selection through the current and unfair, unregulated process. Mr. Speaker, by way of background, academic selection and transfer tests have a long and chequered history in the North, from the Butler Act enshrining academic selection into law here in 1947 to the Dixon Plan in 1969, with a two-tier model of post-primary education introduced around Craigavon, to the Burns Committee established in 2000 that recommended the end of academic selection here in the North. Perhaps the most fundamental move came in 2006 when the Education Minister then, Katrina Ryan, abolished the old 11+ examinations, with the last tests occurring in 2008. I will in a second. Despite the intentions of the former minister, and rather than being a silver bullet in resolving the issue, the decision eventually led to the opening up of unregulated transfer tests, which both the current minister and the Department of Education have deliberately had no control over.
That actually segues neatly into what I was going to say, because is it not a fact that organisations like AQE and GLL simply wouldn't exist unless there was parental demand for them? and the services that they provide?
Those points are well made, and I thank the member for raising that point. This is a controversial debate, and there are many views within each and every household and community across Northern Ireland in relation to it, and indeed within education itself. But we need to do what is right by our children and ensure that we protect them. Following on from my previous point, Mr. Speaker, the relationship or lack of has been massively found wanting over the pandemic, where it's clear that the lack of oversight, especially in terms of transfer tests going ahead, led to significant confusion, frustration and anxiety for many pupils and parents across the province. This has, once again, reignited the debate on what is the best way forward, which is sustainable, has political buy-in and represents the best interests of all children here across Northern Ireland. I do want to mention at this point that many schools have taken the decision not to use transfer tests at all for their 2021 enrolment, and I know there are a number who have also stated they will not be using transfer tests in 2022 either. These moves have been welcomed by the SDLP, and I have publicly congratulated schools for taking this strong position in light of current circumstances. The motion tabled by the proposers of today's motion refers to the University of Ulster's paper on academic selection and transfer tests. This paper is very factual, and there are a number of key issues I want to raise from it. One of perhaps the most shocking statistics around social mobility in grammar schools, where the paper states that only 13.7% of grammar school population is made up of children who are entitled to free school meals, as Mr. Sheehan has already pointed out, and adds that the odds of a child securing a grammar school place are 5 times less if they are entitled to free school meals. The report further goes on to raise considerable concern around the fairness of the old 11+ exam paper, which claims that up to 30% of young people who took the exam could have been given the wrong grade, and it highlights the lack of regulation in the content of the current transfer exams, which are not aligned to the school curriculum. Other key findings from the report surround the psychological impact failing transfer tests can have on young people and on their self-esteem well into adulthood. These findings are all startling and clearly show that there are major flaws with the current system in place to administer transfer tests here in Northern Ireland, particularly given that children develop at various stages. 11-year-olds sitting these tests is cruel and needs to change. Mr. Speaker, turning to today's amendment brought by the SDLP, it is our firm belief that academic selection will continue well into the future in an unregulated and inconsistent manner, achieving very little in terms of providing better educational outcomes for all our children, in terms of providing certainty and clarity for parents, and in terms of providing a fair and equitable educational system. We believe that the first port of call must be to remove academic selection from the statute books and provide a firm state for that. Otherwise, we will continue on the same unpredictable and grossly unfair and cruel path. I'll give way to the member, yes.
Does the member think that really having another chest-beating debate about this issue, so as certain members can parade their socialist credentials, stands in sharp contrast to the fact that all of those people have been in this House for many years? None of them have taken the opportunity to change the law by bringing a private member's bill. Some of the same people, of course, had the benefit of a grammar school education, but come to this House to rail against such opportunities for others. Would it not have been better, if you're serious about this, to have brought a bill rather than yet another wasteful motion?
I haven't got the luxury of lingering around these corridors for as long as the member, but I can say that these institutions have been down for 3 years, and I hope that in the time ahead that we will have the opportunity to have debates which are in the best interests of our people. We do believe that a date of 2023 would give sufficient time to the Minister and the Department to consult widely on the issue, to finally deal with the fundamental flaws of the current system and to bring serious alternative proposals which will be considered by this very House on the future of educational excellence in the North. I want to get finished. Thank you, Minister. You'll have your chance in a second. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the SDLP believe that this amendment would ensure a practical step in the right direction rather than having a vague and aspirational motion. We also recognise that we do need a consensus on this issue if we are to realistically offer an alternative system, and hope that other parties have thoroughly considered the amendment and equally are in a place where they can support it. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on my remarks, the issue around transfer tests are not easy fixes, and there may not be a one-size-fits-all solution to them. but they are issues nonetheless which have to be addressed in a realistic and pragmatic way by this House and by the Minister. We cannot afford to bury our heads any further in the sand any longer than has been to date, nor can we continue to allow for countless numbers of children being consistently failed by our education system. I let the Minister in briefly.
Yeah, I appreciate the member's time is brief, so I think I'm listening intently to the member for the last 9 minutes. He rightly says about he wants clarity and certainty. Could the member outline what the SDLP's, or indeed his own, alternative is to academic selection? Because we've heard about abolishing something, as yet other than simply saying we want to have an agreement on something else. There's no proposal that's been even put forward by the member in terms of what the alternative is.
It's a very valid point, and this is something I've recognised quite publicly, that there is no actual alternative to the current situation. But that does not mean that those within a position of influence and power, such as yourself, Minister, shouldn't be exploring what is in the best interest of our children. One thing is certain: a bad system shouldn't sit there because there's no alternative. It should be replaced or removed in its entirety in the interests of our children. And the current system, Mr Speaker, is absolutely cruel and needs to be looked at immediately. And Minister, you're the Minister for all the children in Northern Ireland, not just those at grammar schools. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to oppose the motion and indeed the amendment. It is predictable that of the 12 reports produced by the one that is selected is the one on post-primary selection and transfer testing that Sinn Féin has selected. And this is just yet another attempt by Sinn Féin to destroy Northern Ireland's grammar schools. For Sinn Féin, it's about getting rid of the transfer test and thereby destroying the grammar schools. And sadly, the outline of this motion is in line with the approach taken by the Chair of the Education Committee, Alliance's Chris Little. Across this mandate, Chris Little has demonstrated his objective is to reject the ambitions of the vast majority of East Belfast parents who support the constituency's grammar schools. Now, the question to the Alliance's Chris Little in calling for the removal of selection tests is similar to that posed by the Minister, which, no matter how he tries to dress it up, removal of selection will destroy the grammar schools in all but name. And does he advocate the English-style comprehensive system? And what impact would this have on our current non-selective schools? In East Belfast, we have 3 non-selective schools, Ashfield Boys and Ashfield Girls, and they have excellent records of achievement. Dundonald High School, principal and staff are working extremely hard, and they need support and investment. These 3 schools need to be aided and encouraged. What they don't need is the destruction of the East Belfast grammar schools and the implications that this would have for them as non-selective schools. Within the report, the authors confirm... I'll give way.
Thank the member for giving way. I think it's a shame that the debate has descended and turned quickly into some sort of constituency-based attack on me. There are multiple other non-selective systems across the globe that we could study and draw from in order to improve our own system, and I'd be glad to engage with the member on those issues, and I always enjoy supporting all our excellent schools in East Belfast enviously.
The question is, if we remove selection, do we destroy the grammar schools? And yes, we do. Within the report, the authors confirm that transfer tests remain popular with parents. Around 50% of pupils sit one test or another test, and a proportion of pupils even sit both tests. The authors have challenged the social mobility aspect of grammar school attendance and measure it only by school meals. And I'll come back to that, Mr Speaker. The DUP supports parental choice. We support the right of parents to opt out of selection. However, we also have to respect there is a strong parental demand for selection. And we also support the legal rights of schools to use selection for post-primary education. I don't have time. We also support the legal rights of schools to use selection for post-primary admission. The Alliance Party still pretend to support grammar schools. And that, Mr Speaker, is being politically dishonest. Alliance want, like Sinn Féin, to get rid of the transfer tests. If selection falls away, if transfer tests are done away with without a sustainable alternative, Northern Ireland would be left with a small number of private schools, accessible only to a small number of affluent families. Since 2010, what sets a grammar school apart is its ability to charge fees. The private schools will be unaffordable to the vast majority of the population. This narrow position, concentrating only on selection, does nothing to address the issue of underachieving. Too often we have focused on the narrow debate around selection without giving full consideration to the range of other factors that contribute to educational underachievement. And the expert panel established by the Minister on the New Decade, New Approach to address educational underachievement has identified a range of issues and policy changes that are needed. Number one, they say, redirecting the focus to early years. Number two, championing the mental health and the well-being of pupils. And that's particularly in the situations as we come out of the pandemic. But important overall, promoting a whole community approach to education and supporting the professional leadership and continuous professional development within our schools, investing in our school teaching staff. Mr. Speaker, I want to finish with this story about a family who are my constituents. Dad was a motor mechanic. He also worked part-time during the evenings in another job, 2 evenings a week. Mum worked in a local shop. They lived in a terraced house in the inner city area of East Belfast. They had 2 children. They were ambitious for their children, their son and their daughter. Daughter first took the transfer test, went to a local grammar school. Didn't go to university, but followed a professional career in the financial services sector. Son passed the transfer test, attended a different local grammar school, went to Oxford University, top of his year in Oxford, went on to York University, now working as a corporate lawyer. Neither pupil got free school meals, therefore confusing the statistics.
I'm going to call Robbie Butler, and I'm going to say that at the moment we'll not take any additional minutes for interventions because we're not actually going to get all the members who want to speak in this session and the time allocated at the moment. If everybody takes their 5 minutes, but as I said, I don't want to give 1 minute intervention time. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Education spokesperson for the Ulster Unionist Party, just put on notice we will not be supporting either the motion nor the amendment, but we welcome the debate. And at the outset, can I say that most of the debate so far has been well intended, because I don't believe there's anybody in this chamber actually doesn't want the best outcome for each of our pupils here in Northern Ireland, regardless of whether you're absolutely opposed to academic selection or whether you are a champion of academic selection. The debate today would much rather be one about transformation of education. And what does transformation of education look like? Well, I have some ideas, but I don't know exactly. But I'll tell you who does have a good idea. It'll be the pupils and the parents out there. So what we're doing today is we're telling them what our ideology is or what your ideology is, and what we don't have is pupil and parent participation. They would be recipients of what we would do today, and we would not have designed what is better than what is there. And that couldn't have been better drawn out than the year that we've just had. And I make no apologies for resting on what I learned over this past year and a bit through COVID. And when we had some discussions, some protracted discussions and some non-discussions with regard to what we would do for the P7s of 2021. So I'm going to rest today's argument based on what we did with those children, the inflexibility of some people to perhaps courageously move, to identify what should have happened for those pupils. I notice in the report, and I do welcome the report, because there's not one of us needs to be afraid of an academic report on trying to do things better, but it does talk about the psychological harm. Can I just put on record that I have constituents who have been psychologically harmed, their pupils this year, by the fallout of the transfer debacle this year? Now, right, absolutely.
I thank the member for giving way and for pointing out that very important reality. Does the member agree with me that the reason for that damage to those young people, to our young people, is because of the uncertainty and the flip-flopping by the current minister?
I can't say that. What I will say is that had there have been political support across this House, I believe we could have done something, actually. And it was done for GCSE and A-level pupils. Now, I accept, and there's well-made arguments as to the difficulties of that. But I suppose when you look across the educational stakeholder groups and those that feed into it, there's a fundamental problem, perhaps where power lies, and maybe the inability of the Minister to give him his place, possibly to act in that regard. I disagree with the answer that I got in that, but the answer may well be right. But let me talk about that psychological... Well, just, if you don't mind, just to iterate this point about the psychological impact to our failure to actually adequately support somewhere in the region of 14,000 to 15,000 pupils who, in good conscience, went through P1, P2, right up to P6, P7 and entered into a process which wasn't facilitated in the end. And I have a number of pupils, one in particular, I won't name her because I don't have the woman's permission, but that young girl is in a position that I haven't known any child to be. Now, I know there's well-made arguments as to the psychological impact on other people. I'm one of those children who went through secondary school education and did fail the 11+, and I wrote a letter to myself about a year and a half ago, and I think I put it out there because I understand that. But I'm saying if we're going to have a discussion about it, guys, we need alternatives. We need alternatives. At least I put an alternative to the committee, to the Minister. It wasn't taken up. We shouldn't be afraid of change. But unless the change is better and improves and can be proven to better the lives of these children and tackle educational underachievement, then you deal with what you've got. Because guess what? That's parental choice and that's pupil choice. It is not perfect. I will accept that. But until something is designed that is better, that suits and is designed by our parents and pupils, guys. Because even academics don't agree on this. And I engage with academics across grammar schools, secondary schools, primary schools, and there's passion in there. But everybody has a different idea as to how this goes and what is better. I'll let the Chair of Education.
I'll be brief, given you don't have an extra minute. Would the member agree that the Education Committee commenced the type of engagement that he has called for last May in relation to try and avoid the chaos that has ensued for this year's P7 cohort, and that we have to do all we can to ensure none the like of that would occur for next year's P7 cohort?
Absolutely. I welcome the Chair's intervention, and to be fair to the Chair, in terms of those conversations that I had, the Chair was very proactive with regard to trying to find a solution. And you're absolutely right. We have a cohort of P6s at the minute who don't know what's happening, and perhaps the better and stronger debate would have been to sort out what we're doing this year. Just to put it on the record again, I'm not getting my extra minute, guys. There's a discussion to be had. It's about transformation of education. And if you've got the answer, bring it to us, and when you've got the answer, we'll look at it, but the answer isn't there yet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alliance Party policy is that academic selection is an unfair, unnecessary and flawed approach to post-primary admissions. The Ulster University research is, indeed, yet another report which supports this position. The report states that rather than promoting social mobility and opening pathways through merit, academic selection, it seems, to achieve exactly the opposite. While promising increased choice, it actually diminishes it, as it increases social segregation within communities. Selection does not raise achievement across the system and may be one of the main contributors to the long tail of underachievement in Northern Ireland. It is traumatic for many children, creating damage which often endures into adulthood. It often distorts the curriculum of children in primary and post-primary schools and achieves little other than protecting the advantages of a few. Mr. Speaker, the research goes on to state that the DUP seem to ignore the negative impact of selection on working-class communities, and Sinn Féin continue to be somewhat ambivalent despite their public pronouncements about removing selection. I think that is an important point and perhaps a fair challenge that Sinn Féin will want to respond to. But the Sinn Féin minister abolished statutory 11+ tests, but did not prohibit the use of academic criteria for post-primary admissions when they had the Ministry of Education. The Sinn Féin Minister of Education could have introduced legislation to prohibit the use of academic criteria for post-primary admissions, and ultimately I think it is fair to acknowledge that this reform will require a courageous Minister of Education who will mandate non-academic based criteria. Give way briefly. Be brief, though.
For information purposes, Katrina Ryan actually did bring draft legislation to the executive. It was blocked.
That's a helpful clarification indeed, and something that we need to look like. It has been mentioned by other members as well that legislation ought to be brought and ought to be debated in relation to this issue. As I say, to deliver non-academic based criteria for post-primary admissions in a similar way that we do for primary admissions. Alliance will therefore support this motion and the amendment, but it won't deliver the change in the reform that is needed. Furthermore, Mr Speaker, whilst we continue to debate this issue, this year's cohort of P7 children have been subjected to post-primary transfer chaos due to the failure of the Education Minister to introduce a fair common contingency criteria, further to the disruption of transfer tests by the COVID pandemic. Children and families were failed. They should have had a better approach this year. This chaos cannot be revisited on next year's cohort. Common contingency criteria must be put in place. And whilst Alliance has a clear policy against academic selection, this cannot be reformed without adequate planning and preparation. There are alternative approaches. The World Economic Forum produces a global competitiveness report on the state of the world economies, which ranks countries according to pillars of competitiveness. Frequently, countries such as Finland, New Zealand are cited as being exemplars in regard to successful approaches to education in this regard. Finland has selection at age of 16. However, it's choice. It's augmented by examination results and interviews. New Zealand has a comprehensive approach, all-ability approach to education, and other countries such as Belgium have genuine different pathways in terms of general, technical, vocational and arts approaches. Mr Speaker, we need fundamental reform of education, and the independent review of education recommended by the Alliance Party gives an opportunity for robust consideration of this matter, and for an Education Minister, whichever party they are from, to give full consideration to implementation of whatever recommendations come forward from that piece of work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nicola Morris-Bradley.
Mr Speaker, I rise to speak against the motion and the amendment as they stand. This call, seeking to cease academic selection, could lead to the abolition of grammar schools in Northern Ireland. Are we advocating the introduction of a fully comprehensive system in Northern Ireland? Yeah.
I'm grateful to my friend for giving way. Would the member agree with me it would be a brave MLA from East Belfast to go to the parents of kids at Grosvenor, Bloomfield Collegiate, Strathern, all of the grammar schools that exist in that constituency, and tell those parents that you seek their effective abolition?
I thank the member for his intervention, and I would say it would be an MLA going to any school across any country or any county in Northern Ireland would have difficulties. I will.
Will the member agree with me that there was a motion put forward that was accepted by every single person? The House didn't divide on the independent review of education. That doesn't protect any sectors. We've already done this.
I thank the member for her clarification. Could I continue, Mr Speaker? It would be my understanding the abolition of selection and the removal of grammar schools could see a proliferation of private schools across Northern Ireland which would serve only those with significant income who could afford to pay for such schooling. What are the proposer's preferred criteria for selection? That is unclear. Some sort of hereditary selection based on an older brother or sister or a family member in the school or having attended the school, or based on the proximity to the school. Academic selection may not be perfect, and I would like to see some adjustments to the selection process. Children have a right to apply and influence the choice of the school they wish to attend based on what is best for their needs and their interests. Current academic success should be valued and enhanced. Both grammar and non-selective schools are offering a fantastic opportunity and delivering excellent academic outcomes for our young people. Our pupils continue to consistently outperform their counterparts elsewhere in the UK in examinations, has been alluded to already. Many schools across the education system have never used academic selection or only use it partially, and also get absolutely exceptional results. We welcome and support those schools and do not intend to force academic selection on anyone. The DUP supports academic selection and the legal right of schools to use this for post-primary admissions. Unless schools choose an approach that takes them beyond what is in the law, admissions criteria are up to individual boards of governors, and we fully respect that. We also support parental choice and would respect that there is a strong parental demand for selection. Abolishing transfer tests would restrict choice and the opportunity, and one cannot support grammar schools while wanting to get rid of transfer tests. This party will support a single system of transfer tests to make the process as accessible and straightforward as possible. Unlike the current system where pupils have to undergo 2 systems and multiple exams, change is inevitable. This Assembly needs to address educational attainment beyond fixed positions on selection, not focus on the narrow debate around selection, but give weight to the range of other factors that contribute to educational underachievement. The expert panel established by the Education Minister or under NDNA to establish educational underachievement has identified a range of areas where policy changes are needed. Early years, championing emotional health and well-being, community approach, supporting the professional learning and well-being of school leadership, all have yet to be brought to the Chamber. But we need to commit to addressing these issues and should be under no illusions that this will require broad political support and appropriate funding. The expert panel will be considering necessary action as part of their final recommendations. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge there needs to be change, but it has to be change that has buy-in from all political parties, not just a few. Thank you.
I'm going to call Nicola Brogan.
I'm speaking here today in support of the motion and in support of the amendment. 20 years ago, the United Nations Monitoring Committee on the Convention of the Rights of the Child described academic selection as practised here as an excessive burden on the child. In 2016, the UN Committee called for the practice of unregulated post-primary admissions tests to be abolished. In 2017, the Children's Commissioner called for an immediate end to the use of academic selection and described it as discriminatory, with a detrimental impact on the educational outcomes of economically deprived children and young people. In 2018, the Human Rights Commission criticised the current 2-tier system of education, within which children from poor socio-economic backgrounds are disadvantaged. The most recent research undertaken by Ulster University finds that academic selection facilitates a form of social segregation which results in concentrations of disadvantage. Supporters of academic selection talk of social mobility and level playing fields and suggest that every child has an equal chance of climbing the ladder of opportunity, but the evidence does not support that. It is noted that... Go ahead.
Thank the member for giving way. Just on that last point about the social mobility, is the transfer test the problem? Or is perhaps the problem that we're measuring success of pupils attaining 5 good GCSEs and A-levels? And the example being, when I joined the fire service, you did not need GCSEs nor A-levels. Now, the entrance level for fire service is GCSEs, and I can tell you GCSEs do not make you a better firefighter. Are we actually looking at the right thing in terms of tackling the value of how we value our children and what they're good at?
I thank the member for his intervention, and I agree that there are other issues we can discuss as well, but definitely academic selection is a good starting point. It is noted within the Ulster University report that the odds of a child securing a place at a grammar school are 5 times less likely if they are entitled to free school meals, as has already been mentioned here today. So to me, that is not equality or a level playing field. It is inequality and the transfer of privilege. There have also been serious concerns raised about the effect of the transfer test on the mental health and well-being of children. Stormont's mental health champion previously made calls for transfer tests to be cancelled, given the additional stress and anxiety that children and young people have faced due to the COVID pandemic, and noted that such stress and anxiety can increase the risk of developing mental illness later in life. In fact, in the last academic year, many school leaders were out in front of the Minister and cancelled transfer tests in their school for that year because of the pandemic. And again, a range of schools across the north have cancelled the transfer test for this academic year. This indicates to me that there's both a will and a way for change, and it is certainly time for change. Research indicates that some children who were not successful in attaining a place at a grammar school never regain their confidence or overcome that sense of having failed. I don't want any child across the north at the age of 11 to feel like they have failed. We must do better for our children. We need a fair and inclusive education system that works for everyone. I call on Minister Weir to listen to the evidence. Academic selection puts immense and unnecessary pressure on our children. It creates an unfair divide. Now is the time to end academic selection and end these inequalities.
Thank you. And I call Christopher Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I intend to speak in defence of the concept of parental choice and in defence of grammar schools. Firstly, I have to declare an interest. I'm on the Board of Governors of Braniel Primary School. My daughter's in P6 and so is going through the transfer process at the present time. The reason why that's happening is because I don't believe in denying others the opportunity that I had. And I consider it to be the greatest start in life that I managed to secure an education at Wellington College, Belfast, an excellent school in the heart of my own constituency. And that was achieved through academic selection. The alternative to academic selection is not selection on the basis of ability, but selection on the basis of ability to pay. And that would not have been an option that my family could have availed of. Mention has been made of kids, just one second, mention has been made of kids who had an entitlement to free school meals. Well, I was just such one of those children, and at Wellington College. I give way to Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you. I really appreciate the member giving way. Can I just ask him, I agree with him that Wellington is an absolutely excellent school, one of the schools in South Belfast we can all be proud of. Would he agree with me that what makes Wellington excellent is not what happened to the kids before they got there? It's the excellence of the school, the teachers and the experience while there, and what we should be doing is trying to broaden that out to as many kids as possible.
Well, certainly one of the things that I think very strongly about that English direct rule ministers never understood when they came here was the concept of a working class grammar school. Those institutions don't exist in GB by and large, whereas actually many of the grammar schools in the city of Belfast are extremely diverse in terms of the socio-economic background of the children and young, of the children and young people who are in attendance at them. That was certainly my lived experience at Wellington College, and I know it's the case in other schools. I hope that those in favour of this proposal have the courage to go to the doors of their constituents and tell them that they are in favour of effectively abolishing grammar schools. Because if you do not have a selective criteria, that is exactly what you're in favour of. You're advocating for the abolition of grammar schools. So there's no point in giving your constituents honeyed words about supporting grammar schools when you know the abolition. Just one second, Mr. O'Dowd. When you know, I like him more. When you know the concept of academic selection, if you remove that, you know what you're doing to grammar schools and the implications for grammar schools. Mr. O'Dowd.
Flattery will get you nowhere. In terms of your claim that there are socio-economic mixed grammar schools in Belfast, the evidence does not stack up to back up your claim.
Well, listening to some of the contributions that have been made in this debate, I am minded of Churchill's quote: "It was socialism is the philosophy of failure, the creed of ignorance, and the gospel of envy." I don't want to deny any child the opportunity to take their academic career as far as they wish to take it. And grammar schools are an excellent way in which they can do that. Quality education accessed on the basis of ability, or quality education accessed on the basis of ability to pay, is effectively the choice that we will be faced with. I will give way if Mr. Little wants to tell us why he thinks Grosvenor Grammar School should be abolished. Mr. Little.
Thank the member for giving way. This East Belfast Alliance MLA vision is for equal educational opportunity for all children in East Belfast. I'm privileged to have been given a mandate for this vision on 3 separate occasions and will happily do so again. The odds of a child securing a place at grammar school are 5 times less if they are entitled to free school meals.
Well, as I said, I don't know whether the chair of the Education Committee attended a grammar school or not, but I find it remarkable. So many people that attended grammar schools are now determined to tear them down. They availed of the opportunity provided by a grammar school education, but they wish to deny my children that opportunity. I don't wish to deny my children that opportunity. I wish my children to enjoy the same benefits that a grammar school education afforded me in my life. I give way to Mr. Humphrey.
Thank you, member, for giving way. It's interesting when you listen to those socialist members who would remove grammar schools.
and have consistently taken that approach. It's rather like putting up the drawbridge. It's almost the same attitude they take when they oppose the general public out there buying housing executive properties.
The member's absolutely right. It's kicking the ladder away and preventing other people from the opportunities that they had. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak on this debate, a very important issue around academic selection and the transfer test. And in support of the amendment to the motion as tabled by my party colleagues, I would like to focus my remarks today on the mental health and well-being impact that academic selection and the transfer test can definitely have on our young people. The Ulster University research paper to which today's motion refers outlines the impact which failing the transfer test can have, and I feel strongly that academic selection at the age of 11 is quite simply wrong. As my party colleague has already said, the SDLP believes that academic selection is unfair and in need of reforming. I agree with him also that it is indeed very disappointing that in 2021 this is how we haven't done enough to ensure better educational outcomes for all of our young people here in Northern Ireland. As the Ulster University report states, it is challenging to find any arguments made by researchers in favour of a selective system of education, and indeed there is a broad consensus against grammar schools among educationalists. Not at this time, just because we don't get an extra minute, sorry. The report then goes on to say that there is evidence that failing to gain access to a grammar school has a negative impact on self-esteem. It does, and I've seen this firsthand. Children, especially at my time of school as well, they feel humiliated not getting the school that they want or maybe the result that they want, and it weighs heavily on their shoulders, and it continues to, way past if they go to university or choose not to. Mr. Speaker, I do feel in some ways it seems to me it's quite ludicrous that in this day and age, when we have such a better understanding around the issues surrounding mental health and well-being, and knowing the impact that our formative years can have on us later in life, that we would continue to have an education system whereby low self-esteem can be a very real outcome for our children here. And a very notable concern for me is, let's be clear, and it was mentioned by a previous member, children from affluent families with more access to more money can allow for greater opportunity for their children, and this perpetuates in many ways the postcode lottery and inequalities, that a child perhaps from one side of the town may have easier access to education-based opportunities than a child from another side of the town, and I feel we can do better than this. As the report also states, it has been found that these effects can endure into adulthood with attitudes to education, those in their 60s and 50s, influenced by whether they passed or failed an examination that took place around half a century before. And I think this is really shocking and indeed very sad. Our education system should be building up our young people, supporting them and making them resilient, confident and capable of life's many challenges. It should not have a process integral to it that impacts on their mental health, well-being and definitely their level of self-worth. I know that members across this House will share my concerns about the scale of the mental health crisis here in Northern Ireland, and it has been greatly exacerbated as well by the pandemic, as we all know, especially on our young people. A survey last year found that 12.6% of children and young people here suffer from common mood disorders, and as mentioned previously, the mental health champion Siobhan O'Neill has warned of the devastating effects of the pandemic on children. And in this troubling context in which this debate takes place today, as I have said here and previously in other debates, I really think that as we begin to emerge from the pandemic, we have an opportunity to now reshape our society and make much needed changes to several of our systems and public services. I'm not done just yet. Sorry, Rob, but if I finished in time, absolutely. And public services so that they work better and for everyone, whether this be in healthcare or indeed, in this instance, our education system. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, whilst I have focused my remarks, no, you'll get in at the end. Whilst I focused my remarks today on the well-being impact of our academic, Thank you.
Would the member continue, and don't be inviting anybody else in to speak, because others will not get the chance at all.
As others have outlined, there's many reasons to end the use of academic selection. For me, I think that several interesting debates have taken place today, and I do recognise that this is a controversial debate. My own background, I've been educated in Northern Ireland in a grammar school, but I also was educated in the States, both in primary education and secondary education. And one thing I found really interesting is there was no test at 11 years old, but some of my classmates chose not to go into higher or further education, and others ended up attending Yale, Stanford and even Harvard. So I think today is an opportunity to see and explore, look outwardly for opportunities and how we can reform and to collaborate in doing so. And there's 15 seconds left if the member would like to come in.
Well, we are excluded members, so unfortunately I cannot cut the time any longer than what it is. So, I mean, if a member, you've been given an intervention, if you want to take it, you have 1 second. Your time's up. Your time's up. So I take Meg Nesbitt. I'm just making a point. We don't have enough time to bring in all the members, and I regret that. So, Meg Nesbitt.
1 second. It could have been his most famous intervention of all time, Mr. Speaker. I stand. Both as a grammar school boy from a grammar school in East Belfast, which seems to be the centre of the academic universe for this debate, and now currently the chair of a board of governors of a non-selective post-primary in my own constituency. So I've seen, I would think, both sides of this argument. And it seems to me that we are discussing just one small piece in a very large jigsaw. We send children to school at 4. We hope they'll stay there to 16, 17, 18. So we need to take a bigger look, I think, at what we're trying to achieve for our children. I have always believed that inside each and every child there is a spark of ability, creativity and talent. And it's our job, and the job of parents and teachers, to try and create the circumstances where the child finds that spark and develops it. And a lot of my thinking is influenced by the writings and the thoughts of the late, great Ken Robinson, a professor of creativity, who talked about the element within children. And within my own experience, let me say, when I went up to post-primary, I did so in the language of the day as a dunce. That's how I was regarded. In any academic test, you could guarantee I'd come 23rd out of 24 in the classroom. My peers had written me off, the teachers had written me off. I suspect, although they were too polite to say so, my parents had written me off. But you know what changed everything? A wet Wednesday afternoon. It rained so hard, the playing pitches were flooded, and for something to do, the teachers sent us on a cross-country run. And it turned out I could run. So I was challenged. If you can do so well out there, can you not find a classroom where you can do a bit better than 23rd out of 24th? The first time a teacher, an adult, gave me reason to believe maybe my natural place in life wasn't 23rd out of 24th. And it transformed me, and I left with an Irish Schools Athletics vest and a ticket to a fairly famous university. Now, was that because it was a grammar school, or was it because it was a school that realised there are multiple intelligences? And do we not put too much emphasis on one intelligence that we call academic? Should we not be thinking about the fact that inside every child there are multiple intelligences, and one can spark the other? So when it comes to selection, I remember the late Jerry Burns, must be over 20 years ago, that Martin McGuinness commissioned him to look at this issue. And as part of that research, the Department of Education conducted what they claimed was the biggest public opinion survey that we've ever undertaken in this country, a household survey. And I don't have the results to hand, but I do remember this. A very significant majority of parents were in favour of academic selection, but equally, a very large majority of parents were against the 11+. They wanted something better and something fairer. And what I'm not hearing in this debate is what that fairer, better alternative is. And I think we can only find it if we step back and look at the full jigsaw and how we want to recalibrate and to reconfigure it. I would love to support the motion or the amendment, but I'm afraid I can't do either. I was tempted by the amendment, but I think the time frame is not realistic. We also need to think about social mobility, which is part of this debate. But was it not the late, great John Hume who said it was the 11+ that allowed him to be socially mobile? So there is merit in selection. And would you see a school select its school choir by saying the first 50 children through the school gates on Monday morning are the choir? Would you select your football team, Gaelic, association football, rugby football, from a ballot? No, there's selection in life. We know that. We had to get selected to stand for office. We had to get picked by the electorate at the election. So I think there's merit in looking again, but this debate is too narrow.
Thank you, and I call Kelly Armstrong, and the member has approximately 3 minutes.
I will talk fast, Mr. Speaker, and I'll not be taking any interventions, especially from the side of the House here that have been giggling. As my colleague Chris Little has already said, we'll be supporting the motion and the amendment today. I'm just a mummy. I've come here to this House as a mummy today. I didn't put my child through the 11+ or the post-transfer test because she was going to an all-ability integrated school where it wasn't needed. And that's what we should be thinking about. I've heard today in this House people say that Alliance is attacking grammar schools. We're not. Just do a different post-transfer. Something that is not testing children at the age of 10 or 11. Alliance has put in our manifestos for the last number of years that has been completely ignored by many, that we've actually said that 14 would be a better time. You know, the time that our children actually pick their GCSEs? That is a better time to decide whether someone's future is going to be down an academic path or whether it's going to be down a more practical path. It's giving all children the opportunity, because I'm sorry to burst people's bubbles here. I did the 11+ back in the bad old days. It has completely and fundamentally changed to now. It is nothing like those days. Children are sitting 5+ tests, paid for, tutors paid for by their parents. The people in my area that have to go to the post-primary school that's holding the test has to pay £10 for a boat plus all of the mileage there and back again. Please, this is an expensive test that we're forcing 10 and 11-year-olds to go through when they don't need to. And I say they don't need to because enough grammar schools have chosen not to use that private test managed by a private company outside of our Minister of Education's control to test our children. So, those grammar schools are able to do it and they haven't closed, well, then I would ask everyone in this House to think again. And we all have already agreed on the independent review of education. What happens if that independent review says there are no different sectors? Grammar schools are gone, integrated education's gone, it's all one. It is time for us to stop putting money into the pockets of the private sector off the backs of our children. We need all children to be offered the best education possible. And I don't make any apologies to that. And what I would say is, we have a skills shortage in Northern Ireland. What we should be doing is reviewing our education system to ensure that the curriculum is able to bring forward children out of our school system, that they can stay here and work here in jobs that will make them money and keep them here. We need to work towards our children's future, not protecting adults who have a school and a grammar stream or an integrated school or a Catholic school or whatever it is. We need to think about the children. Children are being harmed by this test. It is time we stopped it.
Thank you. And I call the Minister of Education, Peter Weir, and the Minister has 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I say at the outset of this debate, I want to thank everybody who's contributed to this debate. There's not been, unsurprisingly, entirely a meeting of minds, but I think in general the tone has been reasonable. Our education system, particularly in post-primary, in terms of the post-primary system, I think has two great advantages. First of all, and I'm sure whatever position various members will have on the issue of academic selection, members will agree with me that we are fortunate in Northern Ireland to have a strong network of post-primary schools, both selective and non-selective, that deliver well for our young people. And I praise all those who offer those fantastic opportunities. But also our system is based upon choice. Choice for parents who wish to pursue an academically selection route. And it seems that we can have, within various sectors, we can have Catholic maintained, we can have controlled, we can have integrated, we can have Irish medium. But it seems the one set of choice that others are keen to deny is any form of academic route. That route in terms of academic selection is not compulsory on any family, nor indeed is it compulsory on any school. And I do not seek, nor should I seek, to enforce upon any school that it takes a route of academic selection. There are many schools that do not use it. And I'm perfectly well. I'll give way to Mr. Allister. He hasn't had the opportunity to take part in this debate.
In light of what the Minister is saying, does he share with me the disappointment that there are so many people in this House who are not pro-choice, who want to deny choice to parents, who want to, as Mr. Nesbitt says, have choice when it comes to selecting their football teams and their choirs, but when it comes on the critical decision of to which school a parent should send their children, they should be denied the choice on the phony basis that all kids are of equal academic or non-academic bent, when the reality is that some are suited to academic pursuit and some are suited to others, and that's why we need schools to match that.
We'd share the member's disappointment. I'm sure he'd also share with me probably a lack of surprise as well, given that. And look, there is no doubt that in terms of the motion that is in front of us today, I'm not particularly surprised. And to be fair to the party opposite who put this forward, this has been a very long-standing approach by the party opposite. So therefore the position does not in any way surprise me. It will not come as the greatest shock to them either. Well, the member has already spoken, and perhaps I'd be able to respond a little bit better if we'd actually got some level of clarity out of the SDLP as to what actually alternative was there. It will not come as any great surprise to know that the motion and amendment is not one that I will be supporting, and indeed I will not give an undertaking to remove academic selection. Can I briefly? No, I want a lot to get through. If there is someone who has not had the opportunity to speak, I'll give way briefly. But the member, well, look, the member. From that point of view, I have a lot to get through and want to try and get through in relation to it. Turning, I think, briefly to the SDLP amendment, which I would say at best is naive, at worst is disingenuous. I see naive because it says, well, let us abolish academic selection and get something sorted out the next year or two by way of agreement. Now, the debate around academic selection predates the existence, actually, of most people in this House, myself included. It goes back probably to shortly after the Second World War, indeed probably particularly in terms of the 1960s. So to suggest and try to pretend that there is some magic solution out there which there will be a common consensus around, and indeed, to be fair to the proposer of the motion when pressed on this, he didn't offer any alternative. You know, at least, while I may disagree with him, the chair of the committee did throw out, if you like, a number of other locations where alternatives have been looked at. But the member, I suppose, at least to his honesty, at least admits, well, I waited for a long period of clarity, I didn't get it. I think your opportunity has gone in relation to it. It is also disingenuous because it says, let us find some form of compromise or agreement, but predicated on the assumption that automatically you abolish academic selection before you even have that debate, which seems to be that utterly disingenuous. It is also the case that regardless of their views, members know that opinion in our society is deeply divided on this issue. There's no universal agreement. And indeed, while we were told that whenever the formal transfer tests from a state point of view were abolished, that transfer and academic selection would wither on the vine, that it would fall under a myriad of legal challenges, for the last opportunity when actually unofficial tests took place, there were more sitting them than at the time of that form of abolition. If we look at the University of Ulster, I think the University of Ulster report, there are two key issues. Firstly, which I think is at the heart of this, is what would replace academic selection at 11? Is the alternative better, fairer and more equitable? And I think the short answer is no. Selection will take place in this society. In the short term, for those schools who use selection, as we to some extent have seen this year, and I have some sympathy certainly for the efforts particularly of Mr Butler in terms of trying to find ways forward in this. What was the alternative that was produced? Well, actually, those schools, indeed many of those schools which the members are commending, are effectively selecting on the basis of family connections. Does your brother or sister go to that school? Did your parents go to that school? Do your parents teach at that school? We have a form being proposed of alternative in the short term for those grammar schools of hereditary grammar school place, to a greater extent than would happen in the House of Lords. Yet this is what has been proposed. Now, I'm not giving. I'll give way to the member opposite.
So, Minister, do yourself and your party then think that the current post-primary admission selection is fair and just to all of the post-primary schools? When we look at the grammars who are allowed to fill their numbers at the detriment to our non-selective schools, so should we not be looking at a system where every school is a good school and every child gets the same opportunity?
Schools are not simply able just to fill their numbers. All schools have a level of cap within them in terms of on that side of things on it. So I would reject that. In the short term, it will lead to selection by way of family connection. But if we move down a situation in which academic selection is, well, no, and in the absence of academic selection, the problem is there isn't really any viable alternative, and that is the problem. And in the long run, there is no doubt, I think we need a little bit of honesty in this debate. I'm not going to throw this into particular parties, but in the long run, the scenario of non-academic selection will mean the ending of grammar schools as we now know them. That has been what has happened. No, I'm not giving way further. I have a lot to get through. From that point of view, it will lead, in the same way as we have seen with the exceptions. Yeah, I'll give way to Mr. Carroll because he's.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister, for giving way. You may note that the Chris Cook of the Financial Times, a hardly radical organisation or publication, says the net effect of grammar schools is to advantage poor children and help the rich. So, what is the reason for maintaining the grammar system?
I mean, and I appreciate again the member, at least I suppose, has a fairly clear-cut and honest position, which says that he wants to see the abolition of the grammar schools. I'm assuming that is the case. The reality is you cannot divorce, in the long run, academic selection from the existence of grammar schools, and I think it is disingenuous to pretend that. What then also do we see as the other alternatives? Well, mention has been made of a postcode lottery, but what we see in England with comprehensives is that what are perceived to be the best schools then create a situation in which their house prices close to those schools rise enormously, where indeed you can effectively, if you've got enough money, buy yourself into a place within those schools. And there's no doubt the same would happen here. What we do see also, whether it is England, Scotland, Wales or the Republic of Ireland, we see a situation in which the choice therefore is not between selective and non-selective or grammar or non-grammar, is between comprehensive schools and private schools. 7% in England pay up to an average of £30,000 to get their children into those places. I genuinely want to see a level of social mobility, and I do not want to see a situation where we see, for instance, the leader of the Conservative Party and Prime Minister, who is privately educated, the leader of the Labour Party in England, who is privately educated, or I have to say the leader of Sinn Féin in the Republic of Ireland, who is privately educated. I want to see opportunities for all. And the reality is that in terms of social mobility, whatever the flaws that are within the current system, we see, for instance, in Queen's and the University of Ulster, probably the greatest level of social mobility mix than we see in many universities throughout the United Kingdom. So the pathway, and indeed the pathway in such as has been, is not a clear-cut one for greater fairness. The University of Ulster report signals New Zealand, and indeed I think that was quoted, by the chair of the committee. And in New Zealand, no fewer than 15% of pupils go to fee-paying schools. Is that the potential alternative? Is selection by wealth better than selection by ability? I support the right of schools to select on the basis of academic ability. I also support the right, if they want to say that they don't want to use that as a methodology. A system where every child, regardless of background, postcode, social group, religion or ethnicity, has the opportunity to get into any of those schools. Secondly, I have to say, I don't recognise, in terms of the university report, much of the education system that is portrayed. Post-primary numbers are increasing, not decreasing, indeed with enrolments in non-grammars that have been rising in recent years. The report advises our primary curriculum is distorted by the presence of selection, yet international studies tell us that we have a truly world-class primary education system. Consistently excellent international performance In maths, we have the highest performers in Europe and the 7th highest performing in the world. In terms of the results, and mention has been made, yes, we do have, and it has been well highlighted, that we have... Sorry, no, I presume you'll be summing up in relation to that. My time is short, so unfortunately I'll not be in a position to give way, and I apologise to the member for not giving way. But we do have a position in terms of our results. We're not simply year on year, but generation after generation, our results have outperformed England, Scotland and Wales. We are the leader throughout the United Kingdom. And it is also the case that we have seen improvement at over 14 percentage points, the improvement for school leavers in receipt of free school meals. That has been marked over a number of years. Also has been made, and I think there's a need to tackle it, but in terms of the underachievement, we've had for the last, leaving aside the results in 2020, where effectively in terms of GCSEs, there was a system which then was not through a non-examination system. But those leaving without any qualifications or without any GCSEs in each of those years has been less than 1% of school leavers. So there has been progress that has been made. The other concern I would have with this is that when we constantly go at this, it gives a great sort of opportunity for a certain amount of punch and duty on the issue around selection at 11. The other issue in terms of underachievement is, I believe, that it takes the focus away on where it needs to be, which is in a wider context of our education system, not driven by ideological considerations, but the principal problem, indeed, where we need to have tackling those areas of underachievement is around early intervention. It is about parental support. It is about community buy-in. And the more, indeed, if we simply say that problems have not been solved by the age of 11, whereas I think that then we miss the real problem. I think that areas of emphasis in going forward need to be supporting whole school improvement, building and spreading leadership capacity, strengthening collaboration and partnership, and embedding technology in educational pedagogy. You know, I do, in conclusion, I think, want to pay tribute to the hard work, professionalism of our teachers who've worked hard to do this. But if we come at this from a point of view of removing that level of choice, we are lifting the ladder away from a generation of children who will not be given that level of opportunity. Parents, and I appreciate the point that my colleague from Strangford has made in terms of parental choice, and it's perfectly her right to choose not to go down that route. But what I think she doesn't have a right is to try to impose that same choice on everyone else. People do have the opportunity. I'll give way briefly then.
Minister, I appreciate what you've just said, but can you answer me this question then? Why have you denied integrated schools grammar stream choice? Because if grammar streams are so important to the success of children, why have you refused grammar streams in integrated schools?
I haven't. There's been no development proposal in terms of grammar stream for any. What's right? I think you'll find in terms of the grammar stream choice in relation to it, that was actually a development proposal which was actually turned down with the Permanent Secretary in terms of that. It was before my time in connection with that, on that side of things. So it's not accurate in that regard. I'm very happy to see bilateral indication. And indeed, I think where there has been, from a bilateral point of view, choice that is made, and again, it's perfectly their choice. For instance, Lagan College would have let in a percentage of its pupils from an AQE background. It is actually, during the last 2 years, for reasons they have actually moved away from that. So I have not denied any form of streaming at all within that. And it is about that level of choice, which is why I reject both the amendment and the motion.
And I call Matthew O'Toole to wind on the amendment, and the member has 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot to wind on. I will try to take brief interventions, but I can't promise that I'll give way in all cases. I rise, as I say, to wind on the motion proposed by my colleague Daniel McCrossan. We welcome the fact that the amendment. We welcome the fact that the motion was brought in the first place. Our amendment, as has been said, seeks to improve on it by clarifying and making crystal clear the action that we want to see from the Minister. Though it must be said, based on what the Minister has just said, it may not be. It doesn't look like he's going to be acting on the instruction that we hope to give him. But in any case, Mr. Speaker, in truth, as you said, I have 5 minutes. If I was to devote all my allotted 5 minutes to outlining the arguments and evidence in favour of academic selection, I'd be sitting down fairly quickly. Because the truth is that all of the investigation, all of the academic research into academic selection struggles to provide any robust evidence that academic selection provides good outcomes for pupils writ large, or indeed good outcomes for our economy overall. The evidence simply isn't there. I proudly represent a party which is a member of the Party of European Socialists. I'm a proud Social Democrat. I do believe in broadening opportunity for all. I do believe in social democratic goals. But the truth is, you don't have to be a socialist or a social democrat to believe, you don't have to be a dyed-in-the-wool lefty to believe that academic selection doesn't deliver for kids. Literally, every single serious academic researcher who looks into it comes to that conclusion. And that's why I'm glad that the original motion mentioned the paper that was put out by the University of Ulster. I will give way in brief, yes.
As a dyed-in-the-wool true blue Conservative, can I say to the member that you will not improve academic outcomes by destroying the best performing schools? Instead of dragging that which is working down, we should be dragging standards up in that which isn't working.
Well, I'm glad the member said that, because that is, in a sense, exactly what we want to do by getting rid of the unfair and unjust nature of academic selection in Northern Ireland at the minute. So much of what we've heard so far in defence of academic selection has been based on anecdote rather than true, robust evidence. That's understandable, because there is no real, robust evidence in favour of academic selection. I'll offer a bit of anecdote of my own. I did go to a grammar school. I had a very good education there. Looking back on it now, though, it's hard not to feel, and this isn't a criticism of my school or anyone who worked in it, it's hard not to feel it was a Catholic boys' grammar school. Immediately behind it, run by the same order, was a non-selective 11 to 16 secondary school. Our school had we had red and maroon blazers with gold brocade. We were in a big glamorous building, not glamorous, but a statuesque-looking building, Mr. Speaker, with a Latin crest over the door. Immediately behind us, there was effectively a breeze block brutalist building, which is where boys in plain grey, black blazers went to. Amazingly talented young men, great teachers working in both of them. This statement isn't meant to either demean the non-selective school or to lash out at the selective school that I went to. But looking back, you know what? I feel guilty. I almost feel slightly ashamed of that. Thinking about it at the time, the boys who walked up to the school, which was hidden away, it was my school was on one of the main streets, and behind that school was the non-selective school. You know what? Looking back, I don't think that was right. I don't think it was right that I got to feel. Yeah, I will very briefly. Yes.
I think the member makes a really good point. I was one of those guys who had a secondary school uniform on, and you're absolutely right in terms of how you view that. Well, I'll take Wallace High School and Friends School in Lisburn in terms of their geography of where they're located. Your proposal will not fix that, because the more affluent houses sit around a lot of those grammar schools, and there's been no proposal. And if there was a proposal, perhaps we could look at that longer, but it doesn't fix the problem.
Okay, thank you. I thank the member for his intervention. That brings me on, I'm in my final minute, that brings me on to a key point, which is that people have said on the opposite, people who are opposing our amendment and the motion say that we haven't provided an alternative. Here's the thing. We want the department to go away and look at it. There's an independent review of education that's happening now. But the idea that there is an alternative, the lie for that is that we're the alternative, we're the outlier, we're the only jurisdiction in the developed world that does academic selection at 11. If it was so crazy and mad to have academic selection, to abolish academic selection at 11, then why is every other jurisdiction in the Western world not doing it? And my God, if academic selection at 11 is so great, then why aren't jurisdictions across Europe and the Western world rushing to do it? Surely that would be the upshot. Surely if it was so great, if it was delivering such great outcomes for working class kids, then jurisdictions everywhere would be seeking to take it up. They aren't, I'm afraid, because it's not good enough. It's not good enough for our economy, which has poor skills. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I commend both the amendment and the motion to the House.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion, and the member has 10 minutes.
I will start where Mr. O'Toole ended, and indeed where Mr. Sheehan, my colleague, also started this debate. What the motion and the amendment calls for is evidence-based policy. And I can't think of any other area of public policy within this Assembly's remit or beyond where legislators would be allowed to make legislation or continue a policy if all the evidence was stacked against it. I can't think of any other area. Now, I'm happy to take an intervention if somebody can point me to that area. But here's the reality. In this last approximately 1.5-hour debate, those members who support academic selection have not been able to produce or cite one academic report, one international report, one local report which supports academic selection. What does that say about your argument? Anecdotal evidence is all very good. We've heard evidence of constituents, and indeed Mr Stalford would warm the cockles of your heart. But it's not evidence to produce government policy on. It's certainly not evidence to dictate the future of our children and our economy on. Mr Nesbitt referred to, well, you select the best members for a choir or a football team or whatever. That's true, that's why I was on neither. But again, we're talking about an education system. We're talking about schools. What's the purpose of a school? The purpose of a school is to educate young people. I always remember a principal who said to me when I was Education Minister that when she greets a pupil for the first time, the question she asks herself is this: not are you clever, how are you clever? We don't have different teacher training colleges for grammar school teachers. They go to the same teacher colleges as those who teach in non-selective schools. Why is that? It's very simple. They teach the same curriculum. Now, whatever happened in 1947 or 57 or 67 after that, but today's education system teaches the one curriculum. A selective school teaches the same curriculum as a non-selective school. The teacher who teaches in that classroom was taught their profession in a teacher training college here or elsewhere, but there's no grammar school teacher training college. So what is going on? What is at the heart of what's going on here? Now, people tell me, and quite rightly, it's popular with parents. Well, it's popular with some parents. I'm a parent, and my children will not sit the 11 plus. And I deeply, deeply care about my children's education. I care deeply about it. Now, people will say, well, you have no right to take that choice away from someone else. But academic selection takes choice away from thousands of children every year, and we let it continue. So we are denying. Yes, go ahead.
Given way, I have much to say on this, but I've no time to do so. But just on choices, would the member agree with me that what is fundamentally missing from today's debate is the viewpoints and the voices and choices of children and young people? And back to 2009, the Youth Forum had conducted a study with young people on their views of primary to post-primary transfer, and their key finding was that young people expressed the strong desire to be more involved in shaping policy. So can I ask the MLAs and the Minister that are here today and on the Education Committee to engage with children and young people and listen to them? This is not a debate about the interests of schools or parents, this is about children and young people.
I agree, of course, children's views have to be heard throughout this process. But you bring me on to the subject of public opinion on these matters. And I was talking about parental support or alleged parental support. You know, if government policy was based on whether it was popular or not, then we would be in difficult waters. Mr Stalford, I don't mean to pick on Mr Stalford, by the way, but he referred to earlier on that it will take a brave MLA in East Belfast to go around and tell people things are changing. Well, here, guess what, folks? We're in the business of having to be brave. We're leaders. We haven't got the luxury of standing up on this hill and going, there goes my people, as they march past. We are supposed to lead them. And when it comes to public policy, when you look down through the years, the decisions people have had to make, which were unpopular, then that was the right thing to do. I always use this example. It doesn't directly match across, but it's a worthwhile example. Smoking was very popular. Very, very popular. But guess what? The evidence told us it done you significant harm. Drinking and driving was okay 20, 30 years ago, but guess what? The evidence told us it done us harm. And guess what? The evidence tells us that academic selection is doing our young people harm, and it is doing our education system harm, and it is harming our economy and the well-being of our citizens. So let's do something about it, very quickly.
The member for let me give way. Is the member concerned, as I am, that those who defend the current system tend to be focused on pulling up your sock stories and not focusing on the people who are currently failed by academic selection, grammar schools as well?
Very much so. We'll always hear anecdotal stories of those who done well, but very conveniently they're very quiet on those who didn't do well. Very quiet on those subjects. But yes, certainly.
The issue of the how ended selection will end grammar schools, and apparently DUP are very concerned about social mobility. I went to a grammar school, I went to Loretto and Coleraine. It abolished selection in 2013. It didn't drag it down. It's still one of the top performing schools in the north, and that's because it's a good school. So that's what the focus should be on.
Exactly. And the debate about grammar schools being destroyed is a false debate. It's a distraction. The status of a grammar school is set out in legislation, completely separate from academic selection. It's a management type. It's nothing to do with academic selection. And indeed, in my own constituency, there's a non-selective grammar. And the Minister said that there was at the time academic selection was done away with and unregulated tests come away, there was messages of doom that was coming to an end. There are significant numbers of grammar schools who have moved away from academic selection since, and there's a significant number who are planning to do so. It is slowly being ebbed away. There may be more doing the test. There's more pupils about. But I also, and we all hear this, I know parents whose children sit the test who have no intentions of going near a grammar school or academic selection, or don't support it. But you don't have to be a grammar school to be a good school. And the fact of the matter is, as a result of the entitlement framework, as a result of measures that have been introduced by myself and other ministers, Katrina Ron included, we now have a post-primary sector, a non-selective sector, who have the ability to deliver high-class, world-class education. And that socio-economic mix that the Minister talks about at Queen's University and Ulster University and elsewhere is as a result of non-selective schools producing high-quality education for their pupils. But as long as the system's against you, the challenge is always on the non-selective sector. So as long as we ignore the evidence, the non-selective sector is always going to face pressure. And the non-selective sector has the majority of working-class kids in it. So who is being served by the protection of academic selection? It's often in this chamber when we're discussing Brexit, the DUP will tell Sinn Féin, you used to be opposed to the European Union. Guess what, folks? The DUP used to be opposed to academic selection. We used to have a policy against it right up until the 80s, I think, for the reason that it discriminated against working-class kids. Now, as there is their right, they changed that policy. But who is being defended? Those who benefit from the system are being defended. Those who benefit from academic selection are being defended. And if the evidence shows us that at the upper echelons of that there are higher earners, there are those who are in positions of influence, there are those who are in positions of power. It's like Mr. Stalford's comment, to be a brave person to go and commit change. If those who hold the power are being defended, then we have to ask ourselves a serious question. If all the evidence tells us that it's damaging our education system, it's damaging working-class communities, it's damaging non-selective schools, why protect those who are in power? Surely our job is to stand up for those without voice. Surely our job is to ensure that everyone in society is given an equal opportunity. That's our role. That's our role as legislators, to make change. So don't continue to suggest that there's no alternative. There is an alternative. The vast majority of post-primary schools currently use it. And it is a successful way of transferring children from primary school to non-selective schools. Will change happen overnight? No. Will social mobility improve overnight? No. Will the practices that the Minister talked about in terms of a hereditary grammar school thing change overnight? No. But you see, unless we start to make change, it'll never change. And the working class kids who are let down by academic selection will continue to be let down by academic selection. So the people who support academic selection today have shown no evidence that it's a good policy. Those who oppose it have reamed off list after list after list as to why it's a bad policy. So let's remove it. Thank you.
Okay, members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Daniel McCrossan, Justin McNulty and Matthew O'Toole be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members, please resume your seats. Resume your seats, members, please. Thank you. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Daniel McCrossan, Justin McNulty and Matthew O'Toole be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Okay, members, order in the chamber, members. Thank you. Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Jerry Carroll and Nicola Brogan. Tellers for the noes are Maurice Bradley and Christopher Stalford. Can I remind people, whenever they're still in the chamber and while they're casting their votes, that social distancing requirements are still must need to be adhered to. Via the lobbies, the Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Okay, members, just resume your seats, please. Clerk, please read the result.
The division are as follows: 85 members voted, 48 members voted aye, 37 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is agreed. The amendment is agreed. And the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Order. I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 113(5)(b) that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? All right, members. Okay, members. Resume your seats, please. All right, members. Thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Nicola Brogan and Pat Sheehan. Tellers for the noes are Maurice Bradley and Pam Cameron. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Thank you, members. Clerk, could you please read the result?
The result of the division is as follows. 85 members voted, 48 members voted aye, 37 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Motion as amended is passed. Unfasten the doors, please. And members, the next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.